And what about recording? You want to record on two? Okay, good enough. Here we go.
We are people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano, and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the mind. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already have become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working round the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
to partake in the creation of humanity's first Universal Community Council on April 21st and 22nd, 2016 in Dubai at the One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. World leaders and prominent business persons have been invited to attend. However, representatives of the Council will be selected irrespective of language, race, creed, or position in life. The Council will have many responsibilities. It will support the people of humanity and their governments. It will help bring balance across the globe and unite humanity for the benefit of all mankind. It will act as a bridge between humanity and the universal community. The cost of admission to the conference is €750, which includes one seat in the main conference room and 3-night stay in one of Dubai's prestigious hotels, 2 persons per room. Discount airfares are also available. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. You're invited. We hope to see you there.
Do we get the German one?
Hello. Welcome everyone to the 107th Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, available to give us another teaching today. We'll have some other presentations from Taiwan. We'll have something about a plasma tree health system and some information from Benjamin later on in the workshop about decontamination, and possibly some agricultural initiatives. Jim and Lisa, I believe, are the names. And meanwhile, we're ready here on, it's Thursday, March 31st, 2016, and it's the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. We're ready now to hear from Mr. Keshe, I believe. Are you there, Mr. Keshe?
Yes. Good morning. Good day to you, wherever, as usual, and whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers programs. You're back home in Italy from the Keshe Foundation Center, and we carry on with the same work in bringing the knowledge internationally from all the Keshe Foundation supporters across the world, wherever, whatever they're developing, that they're sharing it openly. I was in a meeting a couple of weeks ago in Dubai with a very influential man. He said, what you have done is against all the rules of the present world. People sharing knowledge, and they are proud to share it. And they don't see anything else but sharing it to change humanity. And this is a change. In a very simple way, today we'll go across the world. In different parts of the world, people sharing knowledge which can change or maybe help somebody's life somewhere down the line. And in so many ways, preparing mankind to become ready to work as one unit, not as division. In a very recent communication, I explained to somebody who is close to the foundation work at a high level that the foundation is there to create unity, not division, but division for those who create wars. Because now they have a conflict what we are going to do with this situation, where people are working towards peace collectively and they don't need us. Because up to now, every time there was a peace movement, there was a move to change the position of the humanity after thousands of years, the people who control the purse financially control the decision. And they created the division by paying somebody somewhere to create a division that they could carry on with their work. For the first time, we, as Keshe Foundation supporters around the world, we are not tied up to any financial strings. We make the tool of peace at home, in the kitchens, in the garages, in laboratories, that we make ourselves peaceful. And with us becoming peaceful, we bring peace to our community, and we bring to our nation. For the first time, world leaders have realized something very simple. We are one of them because we have to go with them. Otherwise, they don't need anyone to be part of themselves. We become a highly influential group which, as I said from the beginning, we have become financially independent, we are structurally independent, and we are independent thinking people. We give platform to everyone to share knowledge. Unless they go wrong in their ways that we see, they change their course and we leave them to carry on with their work the way they want to, but not to be associated with the foundation. In so many ways, we have started a peace process together, and in a coming time, now that the pressures of technology proving themselves one at a time will cause the governments to look into the affairs of their conduct. This is where we can bring the changes. In a peace conference in Dubai, we will introduce for the first time one nation passport. What it means is that we carry one passport. Borders do not count, and we make this through as a policy that you carry your one planet, one nation passport with you anywhere in the world. Is just to know what's your name, where you come from, or who you are. What is your understanding of the structure of the planet? And this is how simple it's going to be. We are not replacing passports. In a way, we create a passage throughout the planet free for everyone. This will become part of the structure of the Keshe Foundation. Because when you're one planet, you don't need to get visa to go somewhere. As I said in a couple of days ago, even yesterday in private teaching, the birds do not carry a passport when they fly from Russia into Africa. The fishes and the whales do not carry a passport when they go from one ocean to another. What should the humans do? But at least we can bring the condition that by bringing peace, we can structure unity. And that unity means change of armies, which means the army to defend lines, imaginary lines, become army to develop, to encourage and bring prosperity. So in the coming time, we receive and we have enough support from some major governments to introduce the peace plan directly from the ground. The conference in Dubai is more or less a stepping stone in the direction which we will go, and what we will achieve, it will be fantastic in a way that we will teach humanity how to teach us to be one, because most of us have forgotten the whole process. In so many ways, we'll advance. In so many ways, we'll go to the next steps of development of humanity for ourselves, collectively to be ready to be part of the universal community. What we'll learn today, we'll try to add to the knowledge in totality for tomorrow. And we have seen a large number of people following the same structure, sharing knowledge the way we do, and at the same time, in sharing knowledge, we help each other to find peace amongst ourselves. Today, we will receive some information around about 10 o'clock from Ghana, from Benjamin, where the Ghanaian Atomic Energy Authority, which we are in collaboration with, will release the microbiology of the waters, how the system works. There was a discussion last week when we received the information from Japan, from the Keshe Foundation in Japan, that the water or the gas of CO2 was used on fogs for conferring the non-toxicity, and cleaning of the radiation. And some people, as I said, ask why why can't we drink the gas directly? The test, as I said on Tuesday, was on mouse. We need clear indication what dosage, how much can be used for decontamination. This goes back to our different connections with different governments, and in the coming time we will achieve and we open the doors of Iranian scientists on the nuclear level to disclose this information for us. We bring the Iranian nuclear industry scientists on the platform of sharing knowledge openly. So we asked the Iranian government officials for testing of their gas in different kind of radioactive materials at the Iranian nuclear sites, and then we share knowledge. This way we open the nuclear industry to public, because now we know we have found a solution for nuclear contamination. The fear of use of the nuclear bombs, with this disclosure from TEPCO last week, brings and changes the whole of the nuclear industry. There is no fear of contamination, because now we have found a solution. We see how TEPCO has used it to, as it was shown in the pictures, drive freely in the most highly contaminated area. So the system, the technology works. You can wash, you can clean your body. So what should be no more fear of nuclear industry. It's us, people like me, as a nuclear physicist, to encourage the industry to test and to come up with solution. As I said, through our contacts, direct contacts with the Iranian nuclear industry officials and the government, we encourage the Iranian scientists to rapidly test and release the technology on the same ground as Atomic Energy Authority of Ghana is doing with us. The openness takes a lot of fear out. And bringing then the American nuclear physicists and then the Russian nuclear physicists together collectively to test and confirm the parameters, this will change a lot of things. Something which you might, I'm sure a lot of people haven't realized, is GaNs materials used in nuclear reactors literally takes away the condition of the meltdown. One of the biggest fears of operating nuclear reactors is the meltdown if it runs out of control the way it did in Fukushima. One of the advantages which we encourage the nuclear industry to look into, and we do in our communications with them, is to add the GaNs into the cooling system of the nuclear reactors. That in case of radiation leak, they can collect the GaNs easily at the bottom with the radiation contamination, so fully safe. So this is another advantage to the nuclear industry. You don't need much of it, but in so many ways, I know today His Excellency President Obama is online listening, Washington is online, we know Beijing officials are online, we know Russians are listening. So we invite all three of you, all nations, nuclear nations, to join in evaluation with the Iranian government officials in nuclear industry to safeguard the nuclear reactors and nuclear industry. So in a way, we know officials on all three governments, 4 governments are online. We invite you to collaboration in using the new technology for safety of the nuclear reactors. That we have no problem in a way with the destruction or meltdown as we've seen in Tokyo or in Japan, and then we have to clean it up. We can introduce GaNs materials into the system which collects any radioactive radiation which is contamination out of circulation at any point. So in so many ways, there are other properties to the GaNs materials in transfer of radioactive material from the source that even in a case of meltdown, the reactor stays safe. We should not see Chernobyl and, in so many ways, Fukushima repetition, even if you have a meltdown. So, in a simple way, we offer the technology to the nuclear world to make it a safer place. And nobody is in a position to do it better than me as a uranium nuclear physicist, as a person who knows the operation and the design of nuclear reactors, as an expert in nuclear industry, to offer this technology to the governments. But as we do everything public, that when I walk into the embassy of Iran, they don't tell me he's negotiating for nuclear bombs. We are negotiating with Iranians for safety reasons, for development of safe systems, for nuclear industry. We call in the collaboration of the Italian nuclear technology people who have worked with us before for further tests, because they already have tested the material and we've seen now we can expand on the knowledge what we receive from different nuclear countries. This brings us back into what are we going to learn today? What is going to be on the table? We have what we call the voice of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers. Rick, what is on the plate for us today?
Well, Mr. Keshe, as I mentioned, we have the Taiwan plasma tree health system. Perhaps we could start either with that, or if we have Jim.
Yes, why not? Go ahead. We've seen, let me explain. This video, this teaching comes from Taiwan Knowledge Seeker 1-year program, 3-year program. We saw this for the first time as one of the students showed it. They are doing it in Taiwan. The difference at the moment with the knowledge seekers, which we had 2 years ago when we started with Marco and Arman in the Spinal, we had to teach everything step by step. Now, the 1-year or 3-year students who join in are already highly qualified themselves. They already are active in work of the Keshe Foundation. They already make systems. So, do not be surprised that what you see is done by what I call the first-year students. The first term they've joined in as a students, and they are showing what they have achieved or what they're achieving in Taiwan and other countries. We saw Dr. Gota again as part of this group as a first-year, 3-year course, his first term as expert. Now he has moved back to Kenya to establish the Keshe Foundation Kenya Agriculture, and he'll be heading it. We have some experts in the world of industry, medicine, who are around the foundation, and gradually, now that we're becoming internationally known, publicly sharing knowledge, they are coming forward to be part of the foundation work. So what you see in this video and what we hear from Taiwan is one of the students of the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers first term, and for the first term is more than a PhD student in plasma technology. So let us learn. Go ahead, please.
Can that person identify themselves and come forward to make the presentation? Or who is? Okay, here we go.
Okay. You want to share a screen because they have a video. They have a very beautiful video. The implication and application of what is shown is immense if you understand the process or we comprehend what is on the table. This is a medical unit. We've seen a replication of it in Philippines with Renan originally, replicated in Austria, and now we see the Taiwanese version. But what is important with this, why we are showing it, is for the first time, it shows there is a flow of gravitational magnetic field from the system. We could say, how do we know things move? In this video, and they're going to expand on it. I asked them yesterday if they can expand on it, test different things. We see there is actually a flow of gravitational magnetic field. If you understand this, when we come to what we showed on Tuesday in respect to the Philippine, what we call innovation team, where they showed that the gentleman has moved from the bed, and I explained it's because of the sheet or the mattress. In this video, you understand why. Because for the first time, you can see the forces of gravitational magnetic field system, which is used in medical application, but now you can actually see the force. You can see it, how it's done. This is very important. This presentation by our colleagues in Taiwan is fundamentally a great step in the development of the technology for confirmation of the flow of plasma. Let's have a look at it, then we talk about it afterwards. Go ahead, please.
Okay, now is this Chris Yang that's giving the presentation?
Yes.
He had his hand put up.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing knowledge with us. Go
Yes,
ahead.
and I will start the sharing.
Yes.
Share my screen.
Thank you.
And I have prepared a short presentation. So, but I would like to give a brief introduction of our team. And this is, we are Plasma Lab team, and we are the experiment space for Taiwan Keshe community. And can you see the screen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and our mission is to study and share Keshe knowledge publicly and freely. And yeah, we are trying to let all the people in Taiwan and know more about know about the Keshe knowledge. And our team and our experiment space is being supported by Taiwan Keshe community. So this is a place by the community, and we are going to serve our community. So this is a place for the community, and we are sharing the knowledge through teachings. We have experiment teachings, as you can see in the picture, and we also have the online knowledge sharing teaching weekly. And I have sent all the videos recordings to the Keshe Foundation already. Yeah, and that's what we are doing recently, and we have just started from March. Yeah, March 1st. And this is our team. I am the founder, Chris Yang, and with my friend Eric Lee, and we've got a health team, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Sun. And today the device, the health unit we are showing is made by Mr. Zhou, and we also got energy team and technical support. Okay, and this is the picture of Mr. Zhou, and this is his health unit. So he had made the health unit also with the helmet, and we are now doing the experiment of the health application of the plasma technology. And this is another picture. Get you a closer look at the device. Okay, and this is the blueprint. The blueprint that Mr. Zhou made that device following this blueprint. And okay, and the configuration is that the whole system is the frame of whole system is made by aluminum. As you can see, aluminum, and all nano-coated, I think. And also, there are 3 pens, and he found that the second pen turned out to be gravitational, and the third pen seems turned out to be magnetical. And he found, and one of his friend who can see the energy has said that he see the energy is spinning in different directions, and which means one is clockwise and counterclockwise, I think. Okay. And about the experiment that we have been doing recently, we are trying to attract and repel the styrofoam above water, and we put a copper wire on the styrofoam, and with the pen, with the so I'll show the video. Please wait a moment. I'm gonna put this. This video is made by Mr. Joel, and I'll do it full screen. Okay. In this case, we use just copper wire, no nano coating, and we stick the wire on the styrofoam, and yeah. So it's moving, as we can see, it is repelling. This is the second pen. And now he's switching to the third pen, which seems to be attracting. Okay. Um, and we've got another one video, we have changed the configuration and we use the nano-coated copper wire. And that's what Mr. Cash has suggested us yesterday in a private teaching. So we've done this yesterday night. And here is the second experiment with nano-coated copper wire. Mr. Zhou said that during the experiment, he found that it is easier to attract and repel it if we are using nano-coated copper wire. It seems more easier. This time it's repelling with another pen. So we think this pen is gravitational, and the other one is magnetical. Okay, so that's the video, and also Mr. Cash had suggested us to use GANs instead of copper wire, but we will do it in the future, and yeah, because we don't have time yesterday. Okay, and Mr. Joel found that the styrofoam is easily to be interfered by the static electricity. So he had replaced the styrofoam with a piece of wood, but he don't have time to make the video because it's late night already yesterday night, and yeah, so maybe we'll show it next time. And we also got other experiment about the paint pen, but yeah, I think I will talk about that later if we got time. And yeah, and maybe Mr. Cash would like to say something, I think.
Mr. Kesh, would you like to comment on what you saw so far?
I'm on. Hello.
Hello.
Can you, have you muted me? Hello.
I didn't. Maybe it got muted there. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no problem. What I was asking is that, what was the result when you tested with the wood? Was the motion still there?
Yes, the motion is still there. Yes.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with the place. Let me explain to you something very interesting while you're on the phone. Taiwanese scientists were the cause and the reason that we opened the blueprint USB stick. I enjoyed working with Taiwanese, what I call scientists. He wrote to me 2 years ago saying, I have a copy of your blueprint given to me by my government to study. Can I publish part of it? I said, what's happening? How come? He says, I received it from my government. So I said, if one individual has it outside the government structure as a scientist, the rest should have it. And we collaborated with him and we released the blueprint. So we thank you, Taiwanese, what I call people, for opening the door of the blueprint. You've done a lot of good work for us. It'll be interesting to understand why you are using ginger for pen. Can you explain?
Okay. Because ginger. Not this paint pan. The other paint pan.
Yes.
With ginger, but we use ginger because it's a kind of traditional Chinese medicine, and it can, in some circumstances, it can help our body. So we are trying to put ginger at the top, at the tip of the paint pan, and pointing the paint pan at our throat, and um, that's also the experiment made.
Why don't you take it? Why don't you take it a step further? Ginger is usually very thick. You can find long gingers. Drill a hole inside it and use the body of the ginger as a pen and embed the coil in it.
Oh yes, yes, yes. We can do that. Yeah.
So instead of putting on a tip, the whole body becomes part of the structure.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe you can do the same with a banana.
Banana pan. Yeah.
Yeah, why not? We got to see what it brings.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
carry on, please.
Okay. I'll carry on. And okay. And this is our another experiment on paint pan. We've made different paint pan and which are made by different persons. And interestingly, someone who can see the energy, the one who had told us that what he saw is very different. The energy goes through different length, distance, and also the width of the energy. The range of the energy is different. As you can see, this energy is like lightning and lightning like ray, and it can go about 70 centimeter, and yeah, it doesn't go very wide, but this one goes very wide, but only 40 centimeter, and some of it is spinning, and the energy is spinning, and some of it is not. And this one for example, goes spiral. The energy goes spiral, but no spinning, and it is the blue part. It is more, the energy is more narrow, and yeah, and all the pens are used with 3 wires. And interestingly, uh, this 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 pen is the pen from the health unit with 6 plasma battery. And as we can see, it goes 40 centimeter. But interestingly, this one has is with no plasma battery, and it goes 80 centimeter. It is the double of this one, and so that is kind of interesting result. But since but because I cannot see the energy, so I cannot confirm. But 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 actually, because we have just showed um, the experiment using the styrofoam to push it. So I think we could also test it with that way to make sure that to determine the different strength of different pens. Yeah, this is the thing. And okay, uh, okay, I'll stop here, and maybe Mr. Cash would have some comment.
We are at the moment testing these pens for different applications. There is a number of them under the test. I received an email yesterday. The results are very strange, positive, but now they need to go on a clinical trial, which we will organize in the coming time. What is interesting to see is what we always said: people who use the three-headed pin, they create unbalanced fields. And the first one, I don't know how you achieved it, it shows that behavior. You should be using one pin pen, not 3 for stability, and you see it clearly with this drawing. The reason you have a different performance with a plasma battery is the strength is much spread, but very much concentrated at the beginning. This bottom one, 3 wires and 6 plasma batteries, or 3 wires on plasma battery, is the way the vertical systems and the helmets are made. So the plasma you make, because the system on one side is connected to a battery, and on the other side is transferring energy across to the panel which is in the front. So this gives a very good indication. We have to have a scientific report on this that we can add on the blueprint section for the pens. Carry on, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and this is about the experiment we have done is about it, and this is our future plan of our team. And on the health, we're gonna build a second health unit, and we are going to collaborate with the traditional Chinese medical doctor or some energy therapist, and yeah, we'll do more experiments. And
collaboration, let me add, the collaboration regarding the Chinese traditional medical medicine and energy therapy, this is already under consideration with China. We will expand. This will be nice to see how you do it and how the Chinese do it, because then we add to the knowledge. This is what we have some machines here which they use the GANs, and we'll elaborate more about the use of the technology in collaboration with the Chinese traditional medicine.
Yeah, we are happy to collaborate with other people and maybe Keshe Foundation in different countries. Yeah, we are looking forward to that. And also the power unit part, we have done one, our member have done one with Crystal. It shows kind of good results. It shows approximately 90% power reduction, and we are gonna try to replicate it more because there are still a lot of people who don't have the ability to make their own maglev power unit, and we are gonna open a maglev power unit making workshop. We're gonna teach people how to make their power unit, and we hope that.
Let me stop you there. I have to stop you there.
Yes.
There is a new development on the maglev car units, which has been tested by the Innovation Unit System Center. The maglev car units can be made much easier and more effective. This is a new blueprint which, when Renan comes on, will explain to us. So we show you a very simple way. I looked at it yesterday. They were explaining in our meeting yesterday about this new setup for the car units. So if you are teaching the car unit, just hold on till next couple of days till they put the blueprint up on the blueprint page. It's very simple, it's very effective. Rennie was explaining it in detail, and hopefully they can explain later on. So if you have a problem with maglev car unit, in teaching your people in Taiwan, just hold fire for a couple of hours. You might learn a new way to do this. Apparently it's more effective. We'll show this in the teaching today. Carry on, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We'll start teaching in 1 month. So yeah, we'll be try using the new blueprint. And okay, yeah, we would like to invite Mr. Keshe to come visit Taiwan and Plasma Lab if you got time.
No problem. We're on our way. We're traveling this year. We'll be all over the place. And as you know, we are moving to China. Then most probably, as we don't want to rock the boat with the diplomatic corps and the politicians, we have to be very diplomatic to show China and Taiwan are one in the eye of the Keshe Foundation. And hopefully we will be a bridge for, in a very peaceful merger of the one nation as one planet. So we don't look at you different than Chinese, but we have to understand the ethos of the thinking at the moment in the structure. Carry on.
Okay, and the last thing we would like to say is shy to say, but we currently our plasma lab is teaching research, is focusing on teaching and researching, and we are currently not doing any business part, and so we need some. We are looking for some funding still, and yeah, and if it's possible, yeah, we hope maybe the Keshe Foundation, if we can get any funding. But no matter what.
Yes, I let me explain to you. The funding for Taiwan will come from the Taiwan Manufacturing Division. Agreements has been reached. The manufacturing team from Taiwan is a group of 5 or 6. They were coming to see me in Dubai, but we came to Italy. All the documents is just for waiting for signing signature for it, and the share of the profit of the Keshe Foundation, which I had, will go to you directly and to organizations like you. So they're ready to go into production very quickly, as I understand, in Taiwan. And the first finances will come from the manufacturing, will come to organizations like you. So you have no worries about it. It's already been done. It's just a matter of I left what do you call it, Dubai before they arrive. Most probably we meet them in the conference and sign the documents. The factory in Taiwan is on the run. Is Arman on the line? Arman, are you awake?
Yes, good evening.
Good morning, good evening, Arman John. What is the position with Taiwan manufacturing? Is what?
As we agreed that they're going to come to Dubai for signing a contract.
So it's we should be up and running soon.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You.
I think you better put them in touch with the Taiwan Manufacturing Group, Arman.
Mm-hmm.
They can collaborate even for training of the staff in the factory, because we know staff needs training how to handle nanomaterials. Some of the knowledge seekers become the workers in the factory. At least we create employment within the structure.
Yes, of course. If they send me an email at Spaceship Institute, so we will arrange it.
That's perfect. Thanks very much, Armin.
You're welcome, Mr. Keshe.
Carry on, please.
Okay. Yeah. And so, no matter what, we are going to do our best to develop and share all the knowledge we have with people. And yeah, that's all. That's all we have today. And thanks.
Thank you very much. In a way, if you get in touch with Armin he'll put you in touch with the beautiful picture with the team of the Keshe Foundation Manufacturing in Taiwan. So you can collaborate maybe to train workers. We found out, those of you who are going to manufacturing, you need to bring people from the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers in your country to be able to train your staff how to handle nanomaterials and organic materials and how to produce it. Let's spend a week or two prior to teach your staff, because you find out a lot of your production will go much faster and the correct way. We learned that the hard way in Italy, and it did cost us a lot of pain and financial burden, just because the staff thought nano-coated materials are the same as normal wire. So your collaboration, thank you very much, your collaboration with the manufacturers, it gives you a benefit that you can collaborate with both and transfer knowledge directly to the factory for any production. Thank you very much for sharing knowledge with us.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you indeed. Next, what is the next surprise?
I was wondering if Jim and Lisa are online, that they might be able to present their agricultural presentation. If they're one of the viewers, they can put up their hand and be promoted to a panelist, so they can speak. Is there any Jim and Lisa in the house?
This is Jim and Lisa from United States, am I correct?
I believe so. I'm not clear on some of the details of that, but let me see.
It's the hydrophone system.
Hydroponics system and so on, yes.
Maybe the falling asleep is too late for them. They're next to the computer but asleep.
Yeah, they were planning on presenting the data today, so maybe they'll be in later on. That's possible as well.
Okay, no problem. What is next?
Okay, so we're still waiting on Benjamin. He was supposed to be around about this time. Is that correct?
He's supposed to receive the report from the laboratories to be able to present it. It'll be a few minutes, most probably. What is that?
Let me see here. There's See, I've got a thing in Facebook from Heather Bryant, who it might be interesting to have a look at. Let's see if I can bring that up here just a second. You were mentioning in the last workshops about putting different kinds of GANs into packets.
Okay, do you want me to go with that with the teaching till we get something of it? Where is my pen?
No, well, we got we got this picture we can go off of here. Let's have a look at that.
No problem.
So this is let me get at the first here. Okay, so I think it starts here. It's a copper packet, copper GANs packet. Okay, and then we can see the packet sealed within another packet, within another packet.
Okay, wait, I don't see that we don't share the screen.
Let me try it again here, then it should show up.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go back again to previous. It shows a copper GANs packet, and that apparently gets sealed within the other two packets, which should be the CH3 and the CO2 GANs packets. So it's a composite GANs pack. Yeah, it shows it being put into the CO2 packet here. So the CO2 packet is the outside packet, let's say. So I guess she would like to get some input as to is that is that what you had in mind when you made the drawing of the different layers of GANs inside of a bag or packets or layers?
Yes, this is what we were teaching yesterday, and now we see it's been put up on the what do you call it, on the internet. This is going back to, can I share the screen? Could I have the screen? It goes back to the teaching what we did yesterday, and very rapidly. It's the beauty of how we share knowledge. People immediately put it up. What we talk about, this goes back to the use of the GANs up to now. This is what we were teaching yesterday in the private teaching. All of you use just the GANs as, or mixture of GANs. So you do not know what the package carries. What we explained in the teaching and we see it in the picture now is that you can now dictate the strength, dictate the condition, and dictate the way you want the fields to interact. You can build packages. This is what we've shown. When you have the present pack, when you put your CO2 in it or the gas in it, you don't have any control on the field of what it is in the system. Your gases can be anywhere, in any shape or form, at any strength. What I explained in the teaching was that now we can concentrate and dictate the use of these packages that we apply into what we need, the way we need to be applied as a field strength. So what we said yesterday, instead of having it in such a mix, you can put a box or a package of copper oxide. And then you put the package of the copper oxide inside another package which is like CO2, and then you can put another package which is, if I get this right, go back to green. Okay, we don't choose. We can put another package which could be of CH3. Don't forget, understand exactly, I don't have it, I don't know where it is, what this dictates. Now you can move these packages. You can move, for example, the copper oxide to one corner. You can move the CO2 in another corner. You can move it and change the strength by mass. That now, if you look at this is the blue, your material now sits in this formation. If you look at it, this is your formation. And then you have the green, which sits, this panel takes its own shadow. And this is what you get. So now you can more or less concentrate. But do you know what a pen is? I cannot find it. You can concentrate. It could be on my desk downstairs in the office. In a way now, you can, if you look at it, you can concentrate the field strength where you want it. If you are dealing with a deep or you're dealing with a shallow pain, if you are dealing with a cancer, you can start targeting. And you can strengthen it that you get to where the problem is. One of the interesting things you can do, which is very, in addition to it, a lot of you have access to what we call freezer bags. The bags which you fill in with the water for summer, and they have divisions in them. If you can build such a thing, then you can control and literally centralize where you want to add to the system, what you want to add, what material in a gas you produce, and you found it? Or would it work? Because this is very hard. Yeah. So you can take the material and choose what you want, how you want, what gas you want to fill in, or make a concentration of it. This is part of the structure we have to learn, not to go in. We've done all the simple ways. We've done everything. We use the patches. Now we have to become more sophisticated and understand more applications of it. How will it do and how it will react. When you mix the gases together, you're totally random. You don't know what's where and how it sits. This way gives you a good opportunity to be able to be in charge of what you're doing. You can use these kind of packages in conjunction with the health systems we've seen, which is shown today by our Taiwanese friends, and we've seen it in Germany or Austria. So what you do, you can put the patch in the form as you see here, in this shape, on a specific position on the body of the man. So this gives you a chance to literally concentrate the energies where you want it. These are the developments. These are pieces which we add to the jigsaw of the knowledge, and totally we learn new ways of doing things. The basic mixing, basic gases, all now can be brought into a knowledge collectively, and This has a lot of application, huge amount of application. You can literally, if you make these, what I call like the, you found them? If it is not this suit, it's in the other suit. No problem. So what you can do, if you understood how to use these bags this way, you can literally wrap one of these bags around the cup, and you receive all the energies you need of different gases. There are extension into the knowledge. Two of them going missing is okay. We'll check. So the use of the specific gases for a specific job or targeting, it becomes the next step in adding, controlling, and using. What is very interesting now, do we have our friends from Austria on the line? Greg?
From Austria? You mean,
the gentleman with the medical units that were showing last Tuesday.
okay, let's see, the Klaus, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure. We have bosses here right now. Let's have a look at the viewers. Klaus, if you're there, speak up, please. You might not be under your name today. I don't see him here.
No, also is not online at the moment.
All right, thank you.
Okay, no problem. So what it is, as we said, they have started with a medical doctor to start the process of clinical trials, as they said yesterday, about 15 people, 15 patients. And so we start getting collaboration of the doctors to start running the trials that we can collect the data internationally. We will add, hopefully, more data from other places. But if you look at this structure of the medical stand with the helmet, is what we showed about a year ago in Trani, where I showed the cups, which I made for years, and the helmets. There is not much difference. But now you can use a freedom of choice of the material. You have the freedom of being able to dictate the plasma where in the systems I used to literally put the GANs in a specific positions to target it. So what I used to do, for example, I use a magnet, secular magnet, and inside it I embed GANs of, for example, CO2. So the condition in the cup is that the fields are targeted. So I target the liver, I target the kidneys. And is there a problem? No. So now with these stands, you can do much easier. You can adjust them. You don't need to keep the cup fixed. The body becomes the cup, and you move the magnetic fields and the helmets. Excuse me, can you ask downstairs if there are some helmets and cups from the medical side you could bring up in the lab? No, Caroline knows. There are some cups and the helmets. If she can bring them, we can show them what is the development. Thank you. So we see the process. So we know this process. We have changed the body of man to be in the cup into the actual man being part of the cup. So the effect, the data, the results will be very much the same. These systems which we are building in Taiwan and other places, will give you a vast, a very powerful, non-intrusive condition, use of application of the technology in the health. You can become so precise using like these patches, which we just shown, in conjunction with the system. This is what the doctors will do, will show you. They use the patch with the body, and you can target, literally, for example, to repair a heart valve. You can position to change or dissolve cholesterol in the blood vessels. The doctors will show them how to do it. This is the beauty of the system. No need for operations, because now you use very much a patch like this in conjunction with a system like this. You target a balanced energy, emotion, and physical change. This I have made many over the past 10 years. Now we see the total application of it. But because it's not done by me anymore, a lot of you are doing it, it's fantastic the way the knowledge will spread. We see in most probably Bulgarians are doing it, the Chinese are doing it, and everybody else is at it. So we make it a norm. But now, if you build these systems, please come into the foundation and let us collect data. There's no use building it and testing it. There is a new way of thinking. If you collaborate with the doctors, if you're collaborating with the medical people, they look at it the traditional way of medicine they've been taught in the universities when they became doctors. We have to add to the knowledge. It's like when the homeopathy came in, the doctors a lot rejected it because they couldn't see anything. It wasn't a medicine that they could see something. It was a field effect. It took doctors who could see a frontier in the medicine to help their patients to try it. Now we are in that stage. We need to become the frontier for us to collect the data, for us to accept the technology. There is no FDA, there is no health authority in the world who can dictate how the technology on the medical system accepted or can be accepted, because it's tested by people at home. It's done by people at home. Next week, I'll show you a portable version. We use this portable version in United Arab Emirates with a doctor on a patient with a cancer. We've seen instantaneous disappearance of the pain from the cancer point. It is very effective. It's very direct. So when you build these systems, collaborate with the doctors. We are doing it in Philippines. Renan can tell you, we have done a few times. The unit is taken into somebody's microphone is open.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Keshe, I just wanted to let you know that it looks like Klaus is online right now, so maybe he would like to speak
yes,
to that.
No problem. Thank you very much. So we see the collaboration between the public and the people. Yes, these are the cups here, and that's perfect. Here we are. These are the systems we've shown you before. If you look at these systems, this is a breathing system which I've been making for years. This is the helmet where we place cores with magnets, with GANs in it for years, and it works effectively. We had to try it this way. And then we see the systems very much directing the fields directly on the body. This is what you're doing now with these systems, but we could concentrate it. Now the beauty with the systems which you are making is bringing the whole structure into the balance, not localizing it. Building a system to cover the whole body was literally impossible job. I've done 2 or 3 full body size system, and it takes a lot of energy to build it. It takes a lot of design to do it. But with the systems you are doing, what we saw with our friends in Taiwan and we see in Austria, it's very easy. You're not going in the territory unknown. You're going in the territory, I'm taking you exactly where I want you to be because I have done it for 10 or 15 years. You got to understand, if you're a doctor, we sent you a confirmation from alternative medicine in Europe that allows me to teach you as doctors for you to practice. It's under registration of Naturopathica of Belgium, which is, once you're registered in Belgium, is applicable to the rest of EU. The document is somewhere on the website. If you want it, we sent you a copy. It certifies I can teach you, I can develop a system for you to be able to use it on your patients, and this gives you the freedom that even is underwritten by the insurance company in Belgium, that it can be used. I can teach doctors and scientists to use this technology, this system. So if you're talking to doctors, we can send you a copy of the certification that has been allowed to be done. So what you're doing, you're changing a system like this. If you look, is a breathing system. It goes in the air and the air comes out. We have done this in the case of a coma patient with the liquid going through it, but in a very elaborate way to construct the body of the person in coma to use it. So what you are doing is a much more open but practical way to change conditions. These things, if you are working with doctors, if there are scientific medical people who want to take the what you call the technology for trial in the medical application, please advise them. I give you a lot of time. I give you time, like what I do now with Philippines, with Renan, and the hospital with the doctor. When they bring a patient, I try to show how to use the system and at the same time explain to the doctor the principle behind it. That next time when they see a patient, they don't need me, they understand it, they can replicate it or adjust the system as they are. This is becoming part of the teaching. In a coming time, the way we teach the, what you call, like the international teaching like today, we will teach doctors in the teaching groups 3-4 hours a week directly for medical application. Doctors can sign into and learn or add and add to it. We already have a doctor in New Zealand who's transcribed most of the teachings, and there are a large number of doctors around the foundation. Now we can bring together once you start building these systems and make it available to them that they can test and develop it for the patients. You got to understand something. I'm born and bred in the world of medicine. From the day I opened my eyes, more or less understanding, I was in hospitals with the X-ray machines amongst the doctors and most of the medical world. Doctors are carers. Majority of the doctors understand they cannot help their patients in all the way. So they look for alternative to reduce the pain for their patients. It's the responsibility of those of you who are developing these systems to give them the comfort of understanding this is another tool in the arsenal of helping people in pain. This is another option. It's not the only option. We are not it and all. We are part of the solution of totality where we can try. This is how we break into the world of medicine, trusting that we are there as we have done with our energy, with decontamination, with cleaning up the air and the water, that we are there to show another alternative way. And once they see the first result, they carry on with the rest. This is where we have to go. This is how you're building these units to show your medical people this is an alternative way. This is the way we collaborate, but to be able to use it, we have to educate you the way we see things, the way we see the application in a specific condition. It's no use you building these systems and giving it to a doctor, this is what we're going to do, and the doctor doesn't see the result because it's not used the appropriate way. So if you're building, collaborating, we will set up educating doctors, the medical teaching, and I spend a lot of time. I have spent a huge amount of time in health development. So we teach doctors, we put teaching sessions like what we do public teaching or in the private side for the doctors to learn how to use and the principle and ethos behind it. There's a lot of teachings of the medical application, which was done with Dr. Ilya Kostova a couple of years ago. We add to that series on actual application, passing the theoretical part. Our friend from Austria, can you explain to us what is the step you're taking with the doctor, please?
Yes, hello. Our doctor here will get soon in some weeks the health unit and the helmet, and we got here 15 patients who will be part of this project and who will be partly, not all of them, but some of them will be treated only with the Keshe devices, and we are prepared and are preparing documentation sheets that everything can be documented in every step, and we collaborate, or we plan to make a weekly session together with Mr. Keshe in order to talk about every single patient and his illnesses, so that the doctor can learn how to use the health unit, the GANS patches, and the other devices. This project will start in some weeks here until we finished the next version of our health unit, and well, we are looking forward giving speed to the whole process in development.
Thank you very much. The process will be, we'll start recording all the sessions with all the doctors around the world, that the other doctors can go into the system and pick up, if it's Alzheimer's, how they have to use the system. So we're making a reference library for the doctors to be able to go to. This will take a couple of months to set up, but now that we start collaborating with different doctors around the world and all is on recording, we can put each recording on the what I call the bank of the knowledge of a blueprint for the doctors to use. What's next? Rick, do you have any others?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to get to the old mute button there. Now, we've got Heather Bryant just came on as a panelist here. Maybe she would like to comment on the some of the information about the health pad that came up. Heather, would you like to say something there? I'll unmute you and see if, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hey, good morning, everybody. A little late to class here. Yes, of course, I would love to share. I've been playing a lot with making the health pads.
I showed your Facebook site with the photographs of the pads.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. Yeah.
And Mr. Keshe has been talking about that in regards to, well, especially the idea of a divided off pad and using it in conjugation with the health unit.
Oh, okay. We'll go back and listen to all of that, I don't want to repeat any questions or information that was brought forth.
Right, I see. I thought you might have seen that already.
I just woke up. Sorry.
Okay, good. Well, I'm sure you'll have more to add once you hear what Mr. Keshe has talked about there.
Okay. I'll say if there's anything that wasn't brought up, then I would sure love to discuss that.
Is there anything Mr. Keshe would like to ask Heather about her health pad?
No, it's not really. We'll
Okay.
see. It's just that how we collectively have to expand the knowledge and see how we do, how we can make the units to work.
That was an important point that Mr. Keshe brought up in regards to collecting the information. And that seems to be a major push now to try to correlate and collect the information from people all over the world, essentially. So you're in I assuming you're in a healthcare position.
Yes, I'm a physical therapist. I've been a physical therapist for about 25 years, and I work right now in a inpatient rehab setting with
Right. So
older people.
Is there a possibility of collecting data in
Oh boy.
regards to health pads and whatnot?
Right. Well, for the moment, I'm not using these items at work. I would love to be in a clinical setting that is open-minded enough to bring in this type of information or collaborate with the education program that I was just hearing you talk about, Mr. Keshe. I would love to be involved in research and development in a clinical setting where it was accepted to do so. You know what I mean?
Thank you very much. We got to set up the system for the medical doctors to be able to collectively work together in that area as we are doing with agriculture. We're just waiting for our webmasters and the programmers to finish the new website that we can move on to add these things to it.
I've also heard you speak of a hospital or, clinic that would be working with your technology primarily, and that would be, that'd be a dream job there.
As we said, we've been offered the hospital accommodation will come in next year. We're still in progress of developing or finishing, and then we can bring all the doctors together in one position.
Beautiful. Physiotherapist would be a good, I know in Europe they call us physiotherapists, but we work alongside the doctors and especially the physical medicine side of doctoring. Be a great adjunct to that team.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll know before we do when we announce it. You are very proactive. The minute you learn something, you put it, you show that it can be done on the internet. This is fantastic, the way to do things, that we are very open and we share it directly.
Yes.
We have used the CO2 patch on a lymph cancer with the supervision of a doctor, and we should have the results. The scan was done last week, and we will see how the change has been. The gentleman is more or less paralyzed in a wheelchair. You've seen him. We have given him a small patch for a specific point on the chest with the lymph cancer, and we'll see what the results will come, and then we can move him from the bed or a wheelchair into walking condition. What will be interesting in the coming time, those of you who work with the doctors, is that you can use these systems. The system in Taiwan, can you put it back on, or a system in Austria? Can we share a screen to show your system, please? The upright system? Any of them on the line? Rick?
Probably if you give them a minute here. I don't have that recorded from previous, so Chris, could you re-show something there?
We need to share the upright system there. For
Chris Yang, are you there, and can you show part of that system, perhaps, or which one should we go for?
one of them. Or Renan, do we have from the unit from the innovation?
Yeah, I should be able to show from, there's a, let me look in the documents from the file, health blueprint, health unit. I think this will work. Just a second here. Share that. Is that what you're after?
I can't see it. Just
Oh, maybe it'll take a minute to pop in there. This is the measure of health unit?
Yeah, that's it. Do you have one which is freestanding unit? Leave it there, it's okay. Can I be able to draw something on this?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, is that the option has come up? Yeah. No, I don't have option.
Okay, wait a minute. I think I have to give you permission here. Well, it's enabled now, actually, so it should work for annotation in theoretical.
We need to be placed on the whiteboard.
What?
We need to be playlist at the whiteboard. At
Listen to the man. I don't understand.
sorry, Rick. We need to be paying list on the whiteboard account, please.
Oh, I got you. Okay, thank you. Okay, that should go through now.
Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much. So what do you have another picture, freestanding one of these in your package, Rick?
There's supposed to be an interactive one, but I don't.
This is on the blueprint. You can reach this on the internet. One of the most advanced health equipment free for anyone to copy. That's how the knowledge is free. This is beautiful. 40 years of work standing on the screen, knowing it works, and it saves a lot of life and pain.
We've got the health helmet, and there's actually, wait a minute, we do have some pictures here. Maybe let's have a look. Ah, yes. Okay, here we go. Let me. Okay, I'll just put them up this way, one at a time. Okay, let me share some pictures here. This is what we would like to see.
Yeah, okay, that's perfect. That's Renan, and that's our guinea pig. You see, you can move these systems up and down. This is the beauty with the system. But stop there, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. You see, here, if you have the body looking down, you can choose to operate with the kidneys. You target the kidneys. This system shows a huge benefit for kidney failure. We would like those of you who know people on dialysis machine using this system. It's a gift from heaven for them. If you have lung infections, very simply, you choose these two. If you modify the system that you can adjust and control, not only you operate these two units for the lung, but in keeping the other two in operation, you allow the whole body while the lung is changing, because as you change the lung operation, the other organs of the body has to adjust to it, because they adjusted to the sickness, they adjusted themselves to the functioning of misfunctioning of the lung. So with this system, when you use it like this, if you can explain to, or if you're a doctor, understand it, is that not only you target where the problem is or where the solution can be applied, in having such a system upright, you allow the rest of the body to adjust to the change as well. At the moment you go for chemotherapy, you go for radiation therapy, or you go for any kind of changes, you target to one point, you don't consider the rest. The beauty with this is that you allow everything while it's changing to change, that it brings back normality. This is one of the most powerful tools of these kind of systems. At the same time, when you do this, not only you change the physical operation, because you're dealing with a plasmatic full spectrum, you handle the emotion at the same time. So if the cause of the lung is emotional, not only you change the physical structure to be normal in respect to the rest, on top of it, you adjust the whole body for it to be adjusted with the new changes with the lung. You allow the emotion in the brain of the man to be in the same position too. This is the beauty with this. When you do this, you cover, I have no drawing. I have lost my option.
I should stop the sharing to allow you
It's
to.
okay. I've got it back. No problem. So in a way, if you go back. Very problem again. So in so many ways, when you
Did you want the whiteboard, Mr. Keshe, or did you want that previous screen share?
I lost my screen share. I lost the picture which was there. You took it off.
Oh, okay. You want that back up? Sorry.
Yes, I lost my thingy, my pen, so it comes back. Okay, so what happens with this is that you can, even while you're repairing, while you are allowing the body to process the illness in its place, not only you are helping the rest of the body parts, you allow the emotion to handle itself in respect to the diseases created. This is a very powerful, this is one of the most holistic systems ever in the hand of the world of medicine. You're not going into one, you're not helping changing the condition of the lung. You're adjusting the rest of the body to adjust to the changes when the lung is going to work as normal as before. This is very important. The doctors, the medical world, when they understand how these systems work, they will not most probably touch another tablet. They will not go for what has become fashionable as a tablet, as injection. We see now we are targeting one of the things which we have to do as part of the medical application is immunization. These systems are perfect for immunization. In time, we teach you why. We know now in Europe, with a court case which is finalized in Italy, it has proven with the child immunization injections, they have high level of mercury. And the court has awarded penalties heavily towards the manufacturers. So if, and the way we are going, they will stop the immunization, especially with the side effects which has created, using magnesium and mercury together in one injection which is the cause of most of the what you call the side effects, what we see, mental retirement and the rest of it with children. These systems can be used at the point of infection. It means if you need, even when the infection appears, you can adjust it. You can use the patches with the system. Or you can allow the system, even through the guns, to have the antivirus of its own, which means you don't need to add anything else to it. You take a weaker condition of measles in a GANS condition, as we've seen with the mouse in the trials in TEPCO, and feed it to the child, pure, only what it is, what will be taken. Or you can allow the child to replicate in one of these ganses what you put as a system, as a cap in the middle, to transmit that the body receives the energy balance in a plasmatic condition of measles, and then it starts building its own immune system. So we are not giving any outside chemicals to the child. With this technology, with this what we have as one of the most powerful tools to stop creating more mayhem with injections. We are not going as the anti, this is a court case proven now in Italy. It's been confirmed, penalties have been allocated, and the pharmaceutical have lost the case heavily. Proven that the injections for children is the cause of a lot of problem, and heavy penalties have been given. And now a lot of families in Italy are filing cases because now they have a premier case, go to a European court, and it'll be international. Very soon, the immunization will become illegal. Because now we have a presented case in Italy last week, is done. Original case was lost last year. I think it was about 10 million euro was paid to the family of the mother of the child, and now the case has taken the next step. But we can't leave our children unprotected. We cannot do this. So if you are in the medical world, if you understand the immunization process, we need to very rapidly, in conjunction with the pharmaceuticals, we are not each other's enemy. We can use the accessibility to the world of medicine in introducing very much the same system, the same drops as we saw, which was introduced by Keshe Foundation in Japan last week regarding the radiation or cleaning up of drinking of the gas water. We can do the same with immunization without any chemicals, literally no chemicals. We make a GANS of the disease, the virus, and then we allow it to be drank, and then the body takes what it needs and the energy to immune itself. This is very important. So, in so many ways, in so many applications, we have become the frontiers in where the others fail. Are we here on good time? Are we here on time? Are we here to put forward a new direction in the world of medicine? Yes, we are, because we see the results. We see the governments working in the background, trying to work a way around the mayhem of immunization. I have my own children suffering with it. They were perfect before immunization. The week after immunization, we've seen the problems. So, if you don't want to be, and when you get these problems with immunization, it's a lifetime of problem. It's not just the week after the injection. So, you got to understand, if you're a doctor, if you're in the world of medicine, if you have access to laboratories who can test these and produce the ganses of the diseases like measles and the rest, and apply it, that we can give it the same in a small dosage to our children, that only the virus is taken, the virus will be taken out. The beauty of it is, if we get children with these kind of viruses, measles and the rest, as we've seen with the TEPCO research last week, we can give these drops to our children at a time when they get it. And if it has worked and is non-toxic for radiation and flu, it should work for everything else. So we can bypass the present mayhem with immunization, and pharmaceutical organizations, knowing that they carry poison, mercury, and they inject it into the blood of the child. I wish one thing for those directors of pharmaceuticals. I hope they sleep in peace, because most probably high wages justified ignoring the data. Those members of the parliaments and senate who approved it to be passed, I hope they have an easy time to sleep while they knew that children are getting injected with poison. But as human race, we've made many mistakes. We have to overlook. Now we have the possibility of a pure remedy without any contamination. We need to explore this. It's the job. If you're a doctor, if you're a scientific research, as I always go directly to the highest level in the countries, in the nations, we know they are the listeners. Please initiate research into this for our children. I address the same, the world leaders who listen, Your Excellency President Obama, Your Excellency President Xi of China, Your Excellency President Putin. Initiate the use of GANs for saving our children as a new method of immunization without contamination. I have used it and it works. Now, with a number of people developing these systems, we can go open with it. It should not be a criminal offense if natural products without any chemicals, CO2 is as natural as the mint you eat. CO2 gas, copper oxide, is as natural as the apple you eat, is as natural as the meat you eat. Now we have found the source of energy to be able to change the course of humanity for the mistakes we've done to our children in the past 20, 30 years. You've got to realize the separate injections of measles and the rest, what they call 3M, was perfect. We didn't see that much side effect in 70s and 80s. The problem came when they started mixing it together, and to be able to mix them together, they had to bring agents like mercury and magnesium to gel the three viruses together without interfering with the operation of the body. And that has caused the problem. So now we have a knowledge. The way we make the gans of orange, the way we make the gans of banana, the way we make the gans that has been used by TEPCO to overcome a virus like a flu, it should be no different between measles and the flu in using the CO2 gans. This is the option we have to change the course for our children. It is not for us and it's not for share of pharmaceuticals to crash. But if we can show even the children with the measles today start taking the gallons of CO2 water and the condition changes, put it on the internet. If you're a doctor, you know the children have any kind of viruses which they're now forced to immune with the poison, tested on it. It's just a drop, a glass of water, which has the strength to change the condition of the child, and post it. We need to do this because this is how we change the course for ourselves. We do not need the permission to save our children from the hands of the people who only have one interest, is to show the very good directors by paying, hiding the true research which is now has come out, especially about the immunization. We know a good friend of the Keshe Foundation, Peter in Belgium, has been put to go into the mental institute for confirming that immunization creates mayhem with the children's life because he was talking the truth and it was costing a lot of money, people losing a lot of commission. Now with the Italian case, it's proven that his job has been correct. He's a good friend of the foundation. We have given lectures in his center. If you remember, in that center was the first time ever we showed the Iranian flight system. The reactors for the first time on the 3rd of December 2012 was open at the center which Peter was running, and he has put his life to save the children. Maybe this is a gift to him. So if you're a doctor, even if you're not a doctor, it's our right to protect our children, and we have the first tool. It is very, very easy. Chickenpox is the same. The problem with the chickenpox, or the benefit with the chickenpox, is that it appears on the body. You can extract it, make a gans of it, and give it back to the child. Because it comes from the same, it creates and cleans up. It's very easy. We have to be able to protect, and these kind of viruses, as I said, are nothing into what we're going to experience in the space. In a space, we don't have bacteria, because in a space, the bacteria, which is the amino acid body of the man, does not exist. Man's amino acid is the fingerprint of this planet. The rest is virus, which means the energy which attaches itself to the amino acid body of the man. So we have to learn more, and in that process, we need to understand how to operate these systems. If you look, most of the death of the man will come across this line, where the physicality has created a process for its physical existence and the emotion for its capture of energy. So if we can condition in a space that we have no need for these two, the life of the span of the man will become into millions of years. So it is important for us to understand what we are doing. We don't get measles in our legs. It's processed in our digestion system, in our breathing system, in the physical part of the body of the man. The biggest problem will be if we do not get educated and find a solution very rapidly. In space, now you have your brain, which is again made of amino acid, and it will be capturing energy packages like viruses to different parts of the brain of the man in a space. So if we learn, and once we learn how to operate the viruses out of the physical part, then in a space, the second instant that it touches the brain, locks energy package to the structure of the brain of the man, we can do the same to reverse it. So if you go back into what just our friend showed us in Taiwan, the flow of the plasma Can we have the other picture before this, please, with the side picture, please? Where we see
Yeah,
energy.
just a second here. I think I've got it.
Thank
This
you.
one here.
Yeah, or the other one? Okay, this is
there's
good.
another.
This is no problem. This is no problem. You see what happens? The battery is on this side, the plasma battery. The energy will flow this way, and we saw the pens capturing the energy if it's nothing there. So what happens? You pass the energy through. In finding a balance, you can dip it, as we said, in the salt water, which is the essence of the creation of man from the sea. And these two pens we've seen with our colleagues in Taiwan show conformation of the flow of plasma. The beauty of it will be if they change the strength between the pots, how much the speed of the float of the little boat will be. If we increase it, we'll go faster. If we reduce it, we'll go slower. If we use only GANs, not the nano-coated, because the body of the man is made of GANs, these are the experiences which our colleagues in Austria can do very rapidly. They can start calibrating what is strength, what it is, how fast it is. If you connect all the 6 and then you connect to the pen at the end, would it go faster? And then would it be pulling faster? The people in Taiwan, the same way. What about if you put a 2 with the tissue of the body of the man in the middle? These are the data we need. We need to be able to create a data that we can show to the medical world, this is what it does. Put a glass of water inside, put a GANS inside, and see what's the change of the speed. It's a new technology, and you people who are working on the edge have to start creating tools for calibration that we can show. Man needs to see something moving, a gadget, a number. And this is what is interesting.
Heather Bryant wanted to ask a question sort of regarding that, in that she says about floating a vial of GANs, being CO2 or ocean GANs, in a large water container or dispenser. Something she made. Heather, can you speak to that?
Yes, when I was at a consciousness retreat last weekend, they were really just kind of begging me to go ahead and bring out all the toys that I brought in my suitcase about the nanomaterials and the GANs. So I had these little vials, very small, you know, the size of the little wedding bubbles. I put 5 milliliters of GANs in those just to kind of show them what it was and talk about the applications. And it turned into quite an in-service, actually. A lot of fun, but they really wanted to try it. The presenter was very impressed with the energy of just holding one of those vials, and I got a lot of good feedback from some really, I consider my multidimensional soul sisters. You know, they can perceive a lot of those things, but they were begging to try the water. So the presenter asked me to go ahead and put that vial into, you know, in a conference room where they have the big container of water and everybody comes up and gets a drink on breaks. We put the CO2 GANs vial in one of the water bottles, and then I told them about the ocean GANs being new and that there were a lot of things to do and not to do with it, but oh my gosh, they loved the feel of that ocean GANs. They were calling it avatar juice. So we put the vial of the ocean GANs in the other one, Keshe. So they were really, really attracted to doing that. And I definitely said, well, you know, step back, feel it, make sure that's something that you want to do with your body. And they were just loving it.
Thank you very much. The point is we need to come up with data. And as we are an open structure, if the data can be brought even in the small pieces, even in the small pieces of jigsaw. Collectively, in the coming time, we will gather together, go into the sections of the Keshe Foundation where you have testimonial. Just put in testimonial. In a coming time, somebody will come and collect all these testimonials section by section to application for each medical or other applications.
Yes, yes, will do. I'm doing that myself on my own computer lately. I've been collecting all of the written information that people have actually word by word, all of the things that you've said, and I'm starting to put together the different subjects for medical applications for my own use as well as others. Of course, I share as soon as I bring mine together.
Thank you very much. The beauty of what we are doing is that we are collectively, irrespective of wherever we are putting the knowledge inside. We are making the encyclopedia of plasma technology. We are the ground workers, and in the future, our future scientists and housewives and whatever you call them, they're all scientists because they add to the science. We'll come together in one place and we add, and we'll see where we can go and how we can go ahead, how far we can add to this knowledge.
I also wanted to share that we used the CO2 GANs underneath the chair of the person that was in the middle of the room. Our mentor teacher, she does a process where there's about 18 of us sitting in a circle, and she's in the center doing different energy work, and one person will come and sit in the chair in the center of the room for some emotional processing. And she asked if we could put the CO2 GANs underneath the chair of the person in the center of the room. And the observation was that those people were able to release their emotional attachments and issues and things that we were working on with our retreat so much more seamlessly, with less tears and crying and those kind of things that usually come with emotional release. It seemed to go very easily, and she commented it seemed that to really just kind of funnel that in and shoot it right out, it was easy.
I give you a tip. Add some zinc oxide gas to it too.
I believe it was a combination of both, because I created them, here in my garage, and they were, to me, it's what you have described as kind of a combination of the CO2 and zinc.
Yeah, because zinc reaches the emotion, and CO2 connects the whole process. Let me go. Can I have the whiteboard? There is something, I explained this in private teachings, that we need to add to the knowledge. What happened? I don't want to close this. What do I do? I touch it, doesn't go.
Mr. Keshe, if it's appropriate later, I created a little mini MAGRAV unit that we also used for another part of that conference, and I have some pictures of that and had some questions about what happened with it.
Go on, show. Let me explain something and then we go. Just give me a few minutes. I forgot to bring the mini portable unit which I use in Dubai. Otherwise, you'll see it. It's very, very effective. It's very small and very effective. Something you got to remember is that when you have CO2, this is your connection line, because you have COHN. When you have zinc oxide, when you have copper oxide, you see the CO2 works with everything, because the oxygen in all these is the gravitational, is the holding together. Why the CO2 works perfect Because while the oxygen behaves as a gravitational holding together, here the carbon works as a communicator. It's the line of communication. This is how its energy is distributed, and this is how it positions itself in the structure. This is why whenever you want to transfer information or hold on to information to be able to communicate and in a way to hold everything together, you try to use CO2. This is the clue. It's the glue to the whole structure with a line of communication. When you use CH3, it's the same. Understand the science behind it, then you don't do it blind, then you can imitate it. Do it the way you like. Why does the CH3 works? It creates a line of communication, and then it releases what is needed as the simplest form as the energy. That's why alcohol, sugar, all are so effective, because they link to the line of communication, which is a carbon, and now the energy is free from the hydrogen to be consumed, to be delivered. That's why you get drunk so fast. That's why we get hyper with the sugar. That's why we receive it. Because if you want to make sure a system connects to amino acids, use the line of communication. If you want to hold on to it, that you can deliver something to it, make sure always you use oxides. Because oxygen is a gravitational field within the structure of the liquid of this planet in the gas state. So once you understand this, then you can play with whatever you need. Because all it happens now, if you go back into the writings of the book and the pattern, this is what we call scintillation in the matter state. But in fact, it happens in the gas state too. Now you have a hydrogen available in a gas state for the radiation released by nitrogen or the extra energy to release the extra energy from the hydrogen. That's why the system is so effective. That's why you understand the principle behind it. It's taken me years to develop this. In 1990s, I had developed this, I could see it, but I could always look at it in the matter state. When we opened the gas state in early 2000, then it all became apparent. 1990s was completely obvious what it was. But if you look at it in the matter state of the elements, it doesn't make sense because you look for electron positioning. But if you look at it as a plasma, it's absolutely perfect. It fits in correctly, and it does. So, in so many ways, you have to understand how to operate. Why you use oxides? Because with oxides, you lock into. You will understand in the process of the viruses, most of the viruses which come into interaction with the body of the man usually sit at a carbon connection. That's why when you deal with viruses, you look always to use CO2. Because you know you connect in the energy level of the attachment, in the line of communication. But you have itself the process of the reduction, which is reduction in energy that it transfers whatever it is back to the hydrogen and to be consumed. In a way, if you understand the process fully, you can use the virus's energy to the benefit of the man than to the harming the man. But you have to know how to attach to it. This is the principle that you will understand. A lot of things works. Even in the body of man, with all the salts, they all work through this line of communication. This line of connection, gravity, and line of communication. One, this is the energy. So understanding the separation between different parts of the amino acid gives you a very good insight in how to operate and how to work. Okay, you can show your system, please.
Okay, let me remind myself on the share screen. Now this is on Facebook, if that's okay, because that's where I put my information.
If it's your Facebook, Rick, what is our position in that?
Well, if it's her personal page and it's a live page or whatever, then that seems okay.
It's the Golden Age of GANs page, and I've covered up the rest of my screen so it won't show the rest of my screen.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I'll go through the pictures because I had a couple questions about some of the different things that went on during that time. It was, you know, just a 3-day retreat. I was gonna leave all of this at home and take some time off for me and go to the spa and hang out with my soul sisters, right? And then at 1 a.m. in the morning when I'm getting ready to get in the car, it was just like, okay, bring these vials and bring these nano pins, and all of a sudden I just grabbed a bunch of things and threw them in my suitcase at the last moment there. And luckily I did, because they were asking me about, you know, what I'd been studying and the things I've been creating. So I put them out on the table at lunch one day, and we ended up playing with them a lot. Ended up being a big part of the subject for the weekend, which I didn't expect. So this is the water container where we put the little, just a really small, like couple-ounce vial with the CO2 zinc GANs in there, and they were drinking that water. I also charged some of the water bottles in different ways, because I'm not sure what effect it has in different ways, and I love to experiment. So that night I charged some water with my nano pins. I charged some water by just putting a vial of the CO2 in a cup underneath the bottle, instead of, you know, adding any. There was no physical GANs water added to any of these things. It was all the little bubble container either floating in something or sitting under something. So I had a question about that. If using that plasma state to charge the water is as effective as using the water itself that's floating, you know, from the GANs collection chamber.
Did you want to re-ask that question, perhaps?
Okay, Mr. Keshe, I had a question about charging water with the CO2 zinc GANs. Again, I had these small little containers that are like a little bubble container for wedding bubbles. You know, they're really little, couple ounces. And I brought them with some zinc CO2 GANs in there. And I did not use any of the physical water from the CO2 GANs in any of the.
Sorry, we had trouble there. I had to mute everyone. Let me if you could unmute yourself again, that would be best. Heather, I'll unmute you there. Whoops.
Okay, I think I got it now.
Okay, good. And we'll let Mr. Keshe speak as well here. I'll unmute him.
Okay. Do I need to ask the question again?
Use that teacher support or camera support. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if he heard that. Let me try to unmute there.
Okay.
Yeah, do that somehow. Mr. Keshe, can we get you to unmute? I'm not sure if I'm able to do that right now. It's not unmute.
Can you unmute me, Fabio?
There you go. You're good now.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Can you repeat the question, because we have a lot of cutting off?
Yeah, wasn't me. There's nothing else going on in the house. So my question is about charging water with the GANs. I didn't use any physical GANs water that I poured into any water here. All I did was I used the little vials to charge the water, either by, like in this big container, we just floated the little vial in the water. With these water bottles, I put the little vial underneath the water bottle, just in another cup. Is that as useful as the water that is just, harvested from floating on top of the GANs itself?
It's not of the same strength, but more or less, yes. You
Okay,
don't need
because
to be inside it. You don't need to be inside it. This is because you deal with a plasmatic field and they cross, but in their interaction, they lose some of their strength. Maybe you have, let's say, a zinc underneath, but you receive the energy of a copper inside or below. This is the difference, because the interaction releases some of its energy to the wall. When you use things outside in a container, like what you do, the plastic becomes a filtering level barrier, because it has to cross that. So you will learn in the time gradually that your containers are the reference point filters. Anything which is within that limit of the, let's say, copper, is dictated by the copper. It will be absorbed or balanced in the copper level, and the rest will transmute through.
So is it more useful to put it in a little glass container than a plastic container?
In a way, yes, but it depends what you're expecting to receive. It's what energy you're expecting to receive. You see, the same people can, the different people can drink from the same cup, same water, but they show different reactions, because maybe the CO2 which you created is not at the level which their body or their blood or the composition of the gas of their body is recipient to show such a effect. They absorb it, but let's say it makes somebody happy because their happiness in their spectrum of the GANs has a specific strength, and to the other person is just below it. So they say, I feel nothing. It didn't work on me. It's just that if you change the GANs content or put another GANs in the same cup, the one who was happy says, I don't feel anything, and the one who says, I don't feel anything says, oh, with this one I feel different. So we have to understand the totality. Life, the composite, the structure of the gas of the body of the man is different for every single individual, and we absorb energy from the gas in a different spectrum for different kind of emotions.
Okay. Well, I know that these people that were attending the event, they all felt the water was different. It was charged. It was livening them up. It was helping them facilitate what we were doing that weekend. They were loving it. And the other one, there were two of these containers, and one of them, like I said, we put the little vial of the ocean GANs in, and they did feel a difference between the CO2 GANs charged water and the ocean GANs water. And they felt the ocean GANs water was a lot more, I don't know, powerful.
Yes, because it's the ocean, we go back into the teaching, and I repeat this more or less quite regularly. With the water from the ocean, you have the gas of all the elements of the planet floating.
I can't hear you anymore.
Yeah, we just lost you, Mr. Keshe.
Authorities with.
We just got back the conversation there, Mr. Keshe. We missed the last sentence or two.
So what I was saying is that when we use the gas of seawater, just wait 1 second, please. Fabio, can you ask the people we're getting cut off on our end? There's a problem. Okay. Is somebody tapping into the bandwidth? Most probably this is what happens on Thursday morning. And this should happen. There should be students upstairs that are tapping in for the iPad or whatever. So what happens when you have the gas of the seawater? the seawater is composite. We saw in the report from Benjamin from Ghana that when they put a gas of CO2 or they put a gas of copper oxide into the water, how much was difference in absorption of the elements from the water, from different rivers in Ghana. So when you make a gas, depending on the gas you use and what composite the gas has that you use, you dictate what elements are in that gas or what elements are left behind. So when you make a gas of seawater, you carry all the elements of the sea in it, more or less. We've seen the reduction in the elements like phosphorus and magnesium and the rest in the data which was provided by the researchers in Africa. So when you use gas of seawater, you have collected all the elements, more or less, which is in that water, in your gas. So you transfer the energy of it into the water when you put it as a bowl or whatever, or you put it next to the container of the water, drinking water. You transfer the spectrum of the gas of copper, zinc, aluminum, platinum, radiation materials, which could be as a radioactive material in the water floating. So that's why you feel the difference between the CO2, which is more or less mono, or maybe copper oxide and zinc oxide, a little bit in it, than when you have the collective spectrum of the zinc, or what do you call it, gases.
Yes, and I have a question about the ocean GANs. You had mentioned that to be careful because it may pick up the radiation and the chemicals and things in the ocean. Yet if the GANs can repattern a GMO seed to its original blueprint, and the GANs can deactivate the radioactive material at Fukushima, doesn't
No,
it
that makes no. Don't misinterpret.
Okay.
The report from Fukushima, it was made very clear that they took the mouse, they fed them the CO2, and then they tested them. There was no flu or radioactive material highly reduced. But you had to listen to the other part of what was discussed. They found the radioactive material and the residual of what they gave as a radioactive material, water, in the urine and in the excrement of the animal. If you remember, he explained they were standing on a mesh, that they could collect everything, that how it passes through the body. It doesn't neutralize it, it cleans it out of the body. This is the beauty with the CO2. It carries the radiation or radioactive material out of the body. It doesn't neutralize it, that it creates something else in the body. It's a big difference.
Okay, I guess I was just trying to determine the safety of using this ocean GANs to charge water for people.
We swim in it, we drink it, we go to it, we bath in it, we wash our clothes in the oceans, and a lot of us has jumped in the water swimming, and most probably all of us has swallowed part of it. It hasn't killed us. Part of what we are brought up with, part of our life. So we have to understand they are there, but it's the concentration which is different.
Well, I guess I trust the assessment of these very perceptive humans. They very multidimensionally aware, and when they would hold the ocean GANs, they didn't feel any kind of discord with the body. It was just more like, oh, they want that. They wanted to go put the vial in their bathtub. They wanted to drink it. They wanted to hold it. They wanted to.
Because most probably it covers a larger spectrum of the need of the energy of the body at that time. We drink things, we take things because we find satisfying or fulfilling certain needs. So as a spectrum, that's how we could. It is very strange. Yes, carry on.
Well, yeah, I say I haven't even got to the panel I was going to ask you about. I mean, I put out different things. I showed them how to make the double-walled cups with their GANs when they get home. And I guess we'll be doing an in-service on how to make the GANs. But let's see. I showed them how to make the patches out of the GANs. Just, you know, the simple way with the plastic Ziploc bags and some tape. And then I also showed them the ones I made with my little zip container in my the food processor, the one that you actually melt the plastic. Okay, there's the little thing in the middle, down at the bottom. We there was a glass cube in the room, and that's the little cube that we had the GANs CO2 zinc GANs pad in under the chair of the person in the middle. And then at some point during the program, I just kept seeing different upgrades of it in my mind, right? So I went and got my little health cannon, and it's this one here that I made. It's from the instructions of Armin Bow with the health cannon. I made several of those, and so we put that in the middle of the CO2 pad, and then later in the program there was, oops, let me see if I can find the picture I added later, that I put the health cannon wrapped in 3 of the CH3, the CO2, and the CuO pad. I wrapped those together in a washcloth, and then I was to put 4 of the health pins. They just have a single wire in them at the outside of that, and we put that in the center during the last part of the program. The teacher does a thing where she says, show me who you really are, and the first 3 days of the program we're all doing a lot of personal clearing, creating group coherence, and so this sitting in the middle of the room was causing some interesting things to go on, and she gave me a lot of feedback about that, but it's not plugged in to anything, right? Other than our, you know, human McGravs, you know, quite coherent people at that point. 18 of us sitting around this thing, and there was quite a central column of light in the center of the room, you know, which there normally is when we get that stage of the weekend, but apparently it was a much more heightened state than normal. The presenter said several times she wasn't sure if her legs were still there when she was standing in the middle. She could see directly to source through it, and anything that we were processing or doing for the collective would just shoot straight through that to a vortex and just boom.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the knowledge. But this is how we grow in the understanding and knowledge, how we gather by people testing. And we are human beings. We are very curious people. We want to know more what they'll do. And this is how it's opening the frontiers of the knowledge. Very interesting.
And just add that you can also use when you are not sure about the quality of the water, and you're creating seawater GANs, you can also use unrefined rock salt.
Unrefined rock salt. From, you mean sea salt?
Yes, but from the rock, not from the ocean.
What's the difference? Can you enlighten us?
Yeah, because you don't have the pollutions that in some areas where you have the radioactive materials or the other pollutants in the water.
Never thought of that. So the rock salts, as you're correct, are embedded before we start polluting the environment in past 100 years.
Yes, and there are also different qualities, but in general, and if you know where it comes from, you can get really good quality, even crystalline rock salt, unrefined.
I was reading that the sodium chloride, like table salt, usually comes from mines inside the earth, as opposed to the evaporated sea salt, which is available like in health food stores or as bulk sea salt. That's different. That's the evaporated stuff.
And also sea salt is also usually refined. So it's important to have it unrefined.
But it's a very good point you raised. So because they mine rock salt from deep mines, So that time when they were created, more or less there was no contamination,
Exactly.
where the sea salt is fully contaminated. Because always, whenever I use the sea salt, you buy it as natural sea salt. If you dilute it in the hot water to try to use it for different aspects of the gas production, you see a dirt on the top, a black dirt. It's not clean, and you find a lot of things in it. And I presume with the rock salt, we don't get this, or it should be less.
Yes, but you cannot use the ones you buy in a supermarket because it's usually refined. So you have to check where you can get unrefined natural rock salt. And usually, if you buy that rock salt and you put it into water, you see a little bit of residue at the bottom, and you can just use the water again. That's how I filter it, and that's also how you know it's not the one you can buy in the supermarket, the refined one.
Yeah, I know, because Armin and Marco made a business of this here in the lab. They melted the salt and then they had a pipe cleaning it. We use the coffee filters for cleaning up the residue. This is part of the understanding of the total system. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for information and the knowledge you brought us. Is Benjamin online? Do you see Benjamin behind anywhere?
We can look for Benjamin, and I also see Lisa McDonald. Is that Lisa of Jim and Lisa, who of Australia, I believe, and the
yes, Jim, yeah.
Can you stop sharing, please, Rick? Can we go back to the whiteboard, please?
Yeah, Heather, can we stop? Okay, there we go.
Oh, hello, Rick.
Gee, how did I show up there?
Okay, no problem. Are they online? Is Lisa online?
I'm online. It's Jim speaking.
Hi, Jim.
How are you, Mr. Keith?
Thank you very much. You're going to enlighten us with the knowledge about agriculture.
I will do my best.
We're waiting.
Okay, I'll just share. Just need to share screen.
Mr. Keshe, we're getting quite a bit of feedback through your microphone, so I'll try to mute you as much as possible during this presentation, but if you need to speak, you might have to unmute or get my attention somehow.
Okay, no problem.
Can you see that?
Yes.
I sit in the room. Is it on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been sitting under the speaker, that's why. I moved my position.
Right.
Is it better now?
I'm not sure. We'd have to have Jim speak there.
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear it. Yeah.
Okay, carry on, Jim.
That is better, thank you.
All right. So basically, we're farmers and we grow lettuce aquaponics and hydroponics, sorry. And what I just wanted to do was do a couple of experiments with your technology.
Explain to us what's the difference to those of us who don't know hydroponic and...
Okay. Hydroponic is using chemicals because you're growing the plants in water, and hydroponic is using chemicals to add food and nutrients to the plants, and aquaponics is using fish to provide the nutrients. So the fish waste, basically the poo that the fish do, provides the nutrients for the plants. So I've got pictures later on in the presentation of our aquaponics system, then I can explain better
Okay.
how it all works.
Thank you very much.
So when we had a look at that, I was having a look to see whether we would need the GANs of nitrogen, and I was waiting for your presentations on the launch of the blueprints for agriculture, and you never mentioned the GANs of nitrogen at all regarding agriculture. So that got me wondering whether we actually needed that, and how the CO2 worked with the agriculture instead of using the nitrogen. So I did 3 different experiments based on that work, and I'll have the results there. Typically, the nitrogen cycle works where we feed the fish some food, and then basically the waste from the fish ends up coming out as ammonia, and then with bacteria that converts to nitrites, and with different bacteria it converts to the nitrates. And the nitrates is what the plants absorb. Well, this is what we've been told, is that the plants absorb the nitrates. So that's your typical nitrogen cycle. You can explain the same in soils as well. It's the same cycle. I had a look at just basically the what's in the atmosphere, and this just shows you that nitrogen is organ CO2. So you can see nitrogen makes up a big component of our atmosphere. I just looked at basic chemistries to try and understand how the CO2 works with the nitrogen for the plants. So your nitrogen and oxygen are right next to each other on the periodic table. Your nitrogen having 14 and your oxygen is 16. So my thinking was, by adding the GANs of CO2 to the soils, are the plants absorbing the fuels? And so because the oxygen and nitrogen are very close together, are the plants recognizing the CO2 field as sort of nitrogen and using it that way? So it sort of started getting me thinking that maybe the plants are absorbing almost 80% of their nitrogen needs from the atmosphere and not from the ground, as we've always been told. So I had a look at a couple of your equations that you always use, and carbon dioxide, when you take the carbon and the oxygen, 2 oxygen, gives you a total of 44 field strength. So I had a look at various forms of nitrogen. So you get the nitrous oxide, so which has 2 nitrogen and 1 oxygen, and that also gives you a total of 44, which is identical to the CO2. I looked at nitrites, and that gave me a total of 46. So those 2 are very close to the carbon dioxide field strength, which makes me then wonder that are the plants absorbing, say, their nitrogen from the atmosphere and through the CO2, and that's how they're picking up their food. All right, this is our aquaponics system. Basically, in the background, you'll see a water tank there with a yellow strip around. That's about 12,000 liters of water there, and that's where our fish live. They're totally separate from our growing area. In front of that tank, you'll see there's 4 grow beds. They are about 400 millimeters deep and filled with water. And what happens is the water circulates from the fish tank into the first trough, and you see it goes to the second, and it just weaves its way third, fourth, and then we just pump it back to the fish tank. So this water is circulating continuously, and the fish are there to provide the ammonia and nitrites and nitrates for the plants to absorb. The close up on one of the troughs here that I call is because they're filled with water, we then just lay polystyrene rafts on top of the water, and then we plant our seedlings in little cups, and they just sit in the raft, and then the roots are able to sit in the water and absorb the food that way. So it's a very nice, efficient way of growing, very natural, because you can't put any pesticides on your lettuce, because whatever you do there will kill your fish. So it's a self-regulating system, very efficient. You're only using about 90% of water that one would normally use in the ground. All right. The first experiment I did was I took, we'd made a double-walled cup of the seawater GANs and CO2 GANs, and I just dropped in a packet of seeds in there for 5 days to see what effect those fields would have. They were seeds of kale, so we had seeded them on the 10th of February, and then we planted them into one of our systems on the 22nd of February, so sort of 12 days later from seeding. This one shows 19 days from seeding. Now the one on the left, we're showing the one that has been treated for the 5 days, and the one on the right was just our test sample, so that hadn't been treated. As of the 19 days, we could see that the treated sample had an extra leaf already. There were 3 leaves of your main leaves, whereas the other one still only had 2. On 21 days, just for the same plants as well, we noticed sort of a 4th leaf on that treated one, and then we had our 3rd leaf on our test plant. So they were slightly ahead at this stage. 27 days, the leaves look bigger, and then I think on the, so I took an overview picture where here's one of our whole rafts, and then on the left is the untreated, on the right was the treated seeds. And at this stage, they could generally see they were slightly bigger. It's difficult on the photo, but the color there was a lot greener at this stage. So there's definite difference. At 34 days, we're still seeing quite a difference between the two lots. And then we get to 44 days. This was last week. They're starting to even out now. We still see a slight difference where the treated ones are slightly bigger than the untreated ones at this stage. And then, so our observations with this one is that the first few weeks of growth, we had seen quite a difference. It seemed to give the seeds quite a good boost in that first period. The color was more vibrant. These were hybrid seeds, so I'll be interesting to see whether there's any changes in the plant structure as we grow. And I say at present there was only a slight difference between the treated and untreated. So we'll just have to continue monitoring, and we'll give feedback on how those grow and develop, especially when we start harvesting. And then this was planted in one of our systems where we had no plasma in the water. So that was our first experiment that we'd done. Our second one, we looked at trying to create a nice field environment around the plants, because our summertime here is very hot. So we wanted to try and create a nice field so the plants could grow better and withstand the temperatures. So I created, on the left was some pipes, just 20 mil diameter pipes, which we had filled with a nanocoppered coil there. And then I'd made a mixture of gases where I'd used C-GANs, CH3 and CO2, and I placed that in the tube. I chose that mixture because the C-GANs, as it gives a lot of the minerals that the plants need. I wanted CH3 for the energy, and then CO2 for sort of nitrogen, that give the effect of the nitrogen food for the plants. And on the right picture there, I just create a little black tube also filled with that mixture. So what I've done was I placed these on the raft. We had just seeded these ones. Well, not seeded, but planted them in the system on the 19th of February. So I wanted to see whether that would have any effect on the surrounding lettuces that we were growing. This one, as I say, we planted on the 19th of February. During the whole growing period, we hadn't really noticed any difference, but we had messed up the experiment for ourselves because, as you'll see in experiment 3, we had also done something else to the water. So I think it negated the whole effect of this experiment with the pipes. So we'll have to redo that at another stage. Then the third experiment is where we got the most interesting results from. I had taken what I wanted to do was to try and then add fuels to the actual water that we use to see if there's any effects on the growth rate, pests, any effect on our fish that it might have. I'd used the same GANS mixture where it was 70% seawater GANS, 15% CO2 GANS, and 15% CH3 GANS as a mixture, and just placed that into a sealed bottle. I then placed that bottle into our first trough, so that, as you can see with the picture on the left, this bottle is floating in the water, and it sort of ends up being about halfway down in the water level, and that was just sitting there sealed. So we had not added any GANS mixture to the water itself. And then the picture on the right, you'll see I've got my black pipes, and then where the arrow is basically where my orange bottle was placed into that trough. 3 days later, after we had planted the plants out, you can see the picture on the left there. The picture on the right was 8 days later on the growth of our lettuce. Here's just a comparison, just to keep in perspective. So the picture on the left is when we had planted our seedlings into the system. And then on the picture on the right was 13 days later. So we can see quite a lot of growth. And as you can see, that there's not much difference on the growth around our tubes and pipes, but at this stage. 18 days later on the right, that was on 7th of March. So we've had very good growth on that one. 25 days later, and as you can see, I took one of our rafts out, and you can just see on the picture on the right, our little orange bottle sticking out there. Here's just a close-up of 25 days after we had put the lettuce into the system. You can see how wonderful the lettuce has grown, and you can see how just the water is, the bottle is just sitting in the water there. 28 days later, I just lifted up the raft there. You can see the polystyrene raft, and how the bottle and just the small amount of GANS basically was in the bottle. And then our very white root structure, which I'll talk about later, which was the main effects that we had really come across. Just to give you some background as to why we sort of looked at this experiment is because we had gone through a very, very hot summer, and the nighttime temperatures stayed at around 20, so our water didn't really cool down, and our water system then stayed at about 26 to 29 degrees Celsius, even during the day and at night. And this high water temperature, what it does to the root structure of the plants is that it makes them very fragile. The roots turn brown. If you touch them, they'll just disintegrate and die off. And what this does is it causes the lettuce to grow very slowly. It has no weight to the leaf structure as well. It's very thin. Some of the lettuce is very stunted, and some of them will go to early bolting. So the summer was quite horrific for us, and then it would take 6 to 7 weeks once we had planted lettuce into the system for us to even be able to harvest something that we could use. So this experiment turned out to be quite a big surprise for us. We weren't expecting the results. Let me just show you here on the roots. I've taken some lettuce from our different systems, and you can see from system 1 and 2, you can see the type of root structure there. It's very brown, doesn't look very healthy, and if you touch it, they just break off. And then even on system 3 as well. So this one, I just wanted to show you that we were experiencing the same problem with all of our systems, except the one that we put the bottle of plasma in. And you can see there, that's the third one there. It's pretty obvious. The roots are white, vigorous. They were very strong. So there was a major difference in effects on our root structure, still sitting with the same water temperature of around 29 degrees Celsius. So that to us was a dramatic effect. And it also affected the growth of the lettuce in such a short period of time. The other observation that we had come across was on the one day it was sort of also over 30 degrees again, a very hot day. And when you can see the picture on the left, that's typically what happens to our lettuce. It wilts, it looks terrible, and by evening time it recovers and it's okay again. But what happens is when the lettuce wilts like this, it just doesn't grow. So we just have no growth during that period. Now, the lettuce on the right, we'd noticed all the lettuce that we'd planted into that trough, the system with the plasma bottle, they were all standing upright and strong. They were not affected by the sun at all. So that was quite a nice observation that we had noticed from the lettuce. So, you know, in this condition, they're still able to grow. They were much stronger. We'd taken some out. We started harvesting. And this picture, you'll see the lettuce. These were two of the same type of lettuce. The one on the left, it came out of the plasma system, and the one on the right came out of one of our normal other systems. So you can see the effects that this plasma has had on the lettuce. These two particular lettuce out of the systems were seeded 3 days apart, so there's not much difference in the age, not to such an effect. And they both sort of represented the average size that we were harvesting. And we then harvested our lettuce 31 days from putting into the system. We had taken these lettuces and weighed them just to get an idea. The one on the left was out of the plasma system, and that weighed 149 grams, and the one on the right weighed 55 grams. So that just shows you a dramatic difference there in the lettuce, you know, and the one on the right with this 55 grams is what we had been dealing with all summer. So for us to get the very heavy lettuce on the left was a very nice surprise. We had done some water testing just to see the effects, whether there would be any from what the plasma might do. The one on the left was on the 20th of February and then on the 14th of March. I tested pH, and well, first of all, our water temperature was 29 degrees, and on 14th of March was still 29 degrees. So it had remained at a very high temperature throughout the 4 or 5 weeks growing period. Our pH doesn't change very much. It was 6.6 and then 6.4. Our ammonia levels was only 0.5, and these are all on parts per million. And at the end of the growing period, it was 0.25. Our nitrites was 0.25 parts per million, and then we don't measure any nitrites at the end of it. And then our nitrates was 20 parts per million, and then only 5 at the end of the period. So this is the other thing to bear in mind is that I chose this system to do as a test example because out of all of them, our fish in this system was, when we got them, they've always been a very poor batch of fish. They were very lethargic. They didn't eat much. Were not active. So we were battling to get up the nutrient levels on the system all along. So I thought, well, I'll put the plasma in here and see what effects would it have. So you can see on the basic nutrient levels, there hasn't been any change over that period. The observations we had was that, as you see in the pictures before, the root structure was totally different. We only generally get that type of root structure when the water is a lot cooler during the winter months. So during the autumn and spring periods, we'll get that very nice, white, healthy root structure. But during summer with the high water temperatures, we just don't get that. And to get that root structure at 29 degrees water temperature was amazing for us. This is showing us that the plasma fields, and they were just in the water, were allowing the plants to cope better with the higher water temperatures and the higher air temperatures as well. The lettuce are producing, they were larger leaves, they were thicker, they were heavier. It was a very thicker texture. Normally the leaves are very thin, almost paper thin. These were thick. You could feel that they were very healthy lettuce and leaves. We were then able to harvest in 4 weeks instead of the usual 6 to 7 weeks during the hot summer periods. And as I say, during the day, when the lettuce generally wilts, these lettuce were very happy and standing upright. As I said, they're exhibiting traits that we normally only see during our peak growing periods of spring and autumn when the water temperature and outside air temperature is cooler. The interesting thing was on our fish. As I said, these fish were very, very slow and quiet fish in the tank. And we'd noticed a few days after we'd added that bottle of Gans in the water that the fish started being a bit more active, because normally when I feed the fish, you just throw in some pellets on the top and you wouldn't hear them. I'd come back the next day just to have a look and the pellets had been eaten, but you just don't see them or hear them. Now, all of a sudden, when I'm throwing food onto the water for them, they're coming to the surface and they're very active and they're eating. So we've seen quite a change in the fish there. There's been no fish deaths at all recorded, so that's been good as well. And it's effectively what we've only done is we've only used 50 mils of this Gans mixture, and we have that one system has 24,000 liters of water. So for us, we wanted to start with a very small amount to see what effects it would have. But as I say, we've been blown away with the effects, because for such a small amount of Gans in a huge volume of water, we've seen these huge effects. And it's only just the effects of the field in the water, not necessarily not adding any of the Gans itself. This was just based on those results. We just did a quick experiment where I'd then taken another one of those little bottles filled with Gans and I put it into a barrel of water, 210 liters of water, keep the same effect. And just on this quick test, we grow micro radish, and we had watered the seed trays with this plasma water from the barrel. We'd follow the same procedures in growing that we normally do. But at the same thing, we'd emptied out these punnets, and you can see that same effect. We've had very good root structure. The two white roots in the middle there were the ones treated with the plasma, and the one roots up either side is the normal radish roots that we get. Because these only grow from seeding to harvesting in 7 days, it was a very quick turnaround. But for us, that root structure there was again more proof, of the effects of this. The radish we found was also healthier, and we were able to harvest a day earlier. So that was just a nice quick test that we had done just to confirm what we'd experienced on our bigger system. So I tried to try and understand what we had done there and what was going on. What we thought was that using only the fields from the plasma bottle and using the water as the medium of these fields, we think will have enormous impacts on the agriculture around the world, because I wanted to do something where you're not using a consumable, where you're making, having to make CO2 and water it on the plants and then it's gone. and then you're having to make more CO2 again. This way, my thinking is that one can make your CO2 and somehow use it in your agricultural systems or anywhere, and you're just watering the plants with that CO2 where the fields have been introduced into that water. So you'll have your CO2 forever, in a sense, using it to water your plants. What we'll try and do in the future is determine the amount and the different types of ganses to grow the water successfully as well. We're feeling maybe we need more CO2 in our mixture, so we'll be playing around with that. The other question is, will the use of the GANS fields in the water enable us to replace all our other inputs that we normally do? It would have quite a lot of implications in the hydroponics industry, where they're always putting in chemicals as nutrients, and they might be able to just have the right combination of ganses and water their plants as per normal and grow their plants per normal. My understanding now from this is that the plants are only absorbing the fuels from the air and the water, because there's no other way. And so they're able to get their nutritional needs, sort of the minerals from our sea GANs, the iron from iron GANs, CO2 for the nitrogen. That's my understanding. So I think that there's a lot more that we'll be doing. We are starting a lot more experiments as well to try and confirm and do other stuff. So this was just our initial results that we've had, and yeah, we'd like your feedback. Thank you.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, I'm going to ask you a few things because it's good. You are showing us a totally different angle into this structure of farming. If you remember, last year this time, in this January, February, our Chinese colleagues showed us Chinese lettuce in the farming practice, where they used the CO2, very small amount, and they showed on the next line, when they were just using water, the lettuces, due to the frost, they were like a frostbite, but the ones with the CO2 were upright and normal.
Yes.
It's the same process with the heat. That
yes.
Now, with the heat, the ones which have a CO2 plasma are perfect, and the other ones with it. This goes back to understanding what we even explained in part of the teaching this past few days in private and public teaching, that the gas is independent of temperature and pressure. So it works because this is a confirmation that even the lettuce or the Chinese lettuce or the radish you grown are independent of the temperature. They absorb the energy they need. So in so many ways, you're confirming the opposite side of the cold with the heat.
Yes.
What was 2 or 3 things which I wanted to ask you, maybe you can enlighten us. Can you go back to the picture where you put the bottle? We could have a look at, please. We could see that you showed an arrow with a bottle sticking up in between the lettuces.
Yeah, I'll go there.
Stop there before you go. Just let's ask a question here. Go back to the picture.
That one?
Please. No, the one you were waiting. It's okay. Go back. Yeah. No, go further back. There is somewhere you show an arrow with a bottle sticking.
Okay. Yes. That one.
No. Go back. Yeah, this one.
Okay.
Here, where the arrow is, where we're looking at, which way is the direction of the flow of the water? Going away from us or coming to us?
Coming to us.
Coming to us. Is there any difference in the lettuces downstream coming towards us compared
No, that was what was the interesting part, is that because we've got the 4 troughs all next to each other, and the water comes in here first, and then it goes to the second, third, and fourth one, and then flows back to the tank. And we've seen the same effects in all 4 troughs in terms of the withstanding the heat, the root structure. So it's identical in all 4.
Okay, what was the condition, the lettuces before the bottle from upstream?
Look, they're all upstream. I'm not understanding you.
You see, if you look at that plastic cover in the background, in the back.
Yes.
Yeah. What happened? I lost you somewhere. Let me bring you up. This is where the water is coming in and is coming towards us, and it goes to trough number 2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
The plasma bottle is somewhere in the middle. So
yes.
the water coming into the trough from the back to the front,
yes,
is not touched by the plasma, because the plasma is the gas is further downstream.
No, you see, the water is recirculating. Sorry, the water is recirculating all the time.
Ah, so it's continuously, it comes back to it because you saw with the fish.
Yes, it's a 24-hour recirculation, so it's constantly. That's why all 4 systems and everywhere just gets full of the plasma fields.
Okay, where did you get the other ones in comparison, which were grown 3 days later? Was it in another structure?
They were in another totally separate system, which is next door. They got their own fish tank, own water, so they're entirely separate.
So, that's fantastic. Can I ask you a question? Yeah. 2 things. In your summing up, you said you harvest 4 weeks, 2 weeks shorter.
Yes.
And in your harvest, you see more or less about 3 times more mass foliage.
Yes, during the summer, yes.
Yeah. What does that financially mean to you as a farmer?
Oh, it's a huge for us, because we've only have so many of our grow beds, and so typically we'll be able to harvest, can only harvest 3 a week in our production cycle. And what this meant was that we were able to harvest. Well, let me put it this way: during the very nice periods, we were able to get about 32 to 35 kilograms of lettuce out of one of those troughs. When we do harvest, that's on a good time. During the summer months, sometimes we were down to about 15 kilograms that we would get out because of the high temperatures.
What is it now with this?
Now, as I say, we're probably back to the 35, 36 kilograms per trough.
So it's about double.
Yeah, yeah.
And 2 weeks shorter, if you put 4 weeks on, it gives you what? It gives you 12 weeks extra. It gives you 3 more cycles per year.
Yes, you obviously just bear in mind that our summer is our worst time. You know, once temperature starts cooling down, then everything starts growing normal. But the summertime is the worst time.
Yes, but what it is, the growth will carry on in the winter time with a bigger harvest. Because
that's what I'm expecting the same, because I watched that Chinese video with the snow, and I also thought, well, during winter time we should be seeing also the same fast growth, because generally it grows slower during the middle of winter. So I'm expecting normal growth.
What does it mean financially to you as a farmer?
Oh, it has a big impact, because you're able to get extra crops. You're able to recycle a lot of crops through. You're doing the same amount of effort to harvest 15 kilograms versus 35 kilograms. So all around, it's a big financial benefit to me.
What will be the bank account bottom line?
Overall, I'd probably say a good 30-40% better, you know, if it take for the whole year, probably 30-40% better based on this short period.
And you have no anything left in a way as a harmful material to clean up afterwards. Let me explain to you how it works.
Yeah.
The reason, first of all, we reported increase in harvest up to 6 times more than normal about 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Mm.
We reported the increase in foliage by 3 to 4 times, sorry, 10 to 15 times from our experiment. But we use the land plantation, not the way you do. The plants grow totally different on land than they do in the water, in the containers than in open. What is happening, which should have not been strange to you and all of us, which we understand the plasma technology, we explain that plasma is like a sun. It radiates its energy unconditionally all the time. So you have billions of little suns in that bottle, which they will radiate the energy for hundreds of years. You can leave that bottle, the plastic will rot, the plastic decompose, but the source of the energy will be there. One thing I advise you is change your plastic bottle once a month at least, because the energy release is huge. And as it is sun, as it is the energy, the continuous release, it does not matter to how many millions of gallons of water you will apply it. This is what happened in Fukushima. And in one container is about 400,000 liters of water. A small amount of CO2 is good enough to clean up. If you look at the report last week from Fukushima, where we saw that they were showing a little machine cleaning up 400,000 and all these tanks so rapidly, and it was a surprise how it does it. It's very simple. They collect the residue at the bottom of the tank so the top is clean. That's why you need such a little pump, and that's how the filtering system of CO2 at the end is capturing the CO2 which is collected off the gans of the material at the bottom. So where the question was put by a colleague from Japan, how such a little company is doing such a thing with such a little machine, is because they pour the gans on top of the tank. This is how we instructed TEPCO to do it. And then what happens, the gans literally settles at the bottom, and all they need to do, they empty the top, they measure it, there is no radioactivity, they dump it in the sea, and all they need to do is to filter about 1 or 2 liters of carbon dioxide or CO2 gas. That's why such a small machine with the pipes are operating with the company. As I said, the energy from these bottles you put in is so huge. It will go for centuries. You can carry on and pass this form with the bottle if the bottle doesn't disintegrate to your grandchildren or great-grandchildren. This is the truth, because if the sun dies, a plasma dies. The sun is not the plasmas. So that's why you're wondering why 50 milliliter of a gas can do 22,000 liters of the water you're carrying in the tank. It's continuous. It radiates its energy out and in a balanced way. We knew about this. We reported the agriculture side nearly 6-7 years ago. We have a document which done by a very good friend of ours in Belgium. He is an agriculturist. He's done what you do for us. We paid for it. We bought all the systems to be tested very much like what you do, and the result is the same. What will be interesting to do is that if you increase the amount of the GANs, would that increase the harvest? The answer is yes, up to a limit. Up to a limit, you can increase, or in a way, if you put 1 bottle in the front and 1 bottle in the middle, that the circulation keeps on adding. The only thing that will be interesting is if your fishes grow in size too.
Yeah, they probably will grow. You know, I think from aquaculture industry, this would be a great experiment to be able to see how fast the fish will grow.
I have a very bad news for you. It's a good news for you. Now that you've got the bottle, do you need the
Yeah.
fish?
I thought I was going to get to that stage, yes.
Do we need to capture other animals to benefit us? Or
Yeah.
now that we've seen the cycle, that it works in landfills from our colleagues in Mexico or Brazil, the report we have from China, there are no fishes. Why do we need to capture animals to serve us? We're now on the way to feed it without doing it.
Yes.
I had a very bad experience a couple of weeks ago. As you know, we were in Dubai, and last Sunday was 2 Sundays ago was the Iranian New Year, and one of our tradition is that we keep a goldfish on the table. It shows the earth and the seas, and we go to the shop and we buy goldfish to be on the table. And while I was in the shop, a woman came and said, "Excuse me, after the 13th, which is this Friday, we celebrate like as 12 days, and then on the 13th day we celebrate the end of the New Year celebration, which is this Friday, tomorrow. We clean up the Christmas table, as you call it, the New Year table. And a lot of people have a dilemma with the fish. What are we going to do with this thing? We are responsible for it." And the woman in the shop asked the guy, "Excuse me, can I bring my fish back under the 13th because I don't want it to die?" Very, very promptly, the shopkeeper said, "You know, madam, tonight, when we close the shop tomorrow, it's the New Year in the morning, we throw all these fishes back in the sea because they are no use, we are not keeping them. So you can do the same." And it was putting a goldfish, sweetwater fish, into into the Persian Gulf, in the Salt Sea. So, do we need to do these things? And do you need to capture and keep the fish tank once now you have found the floating energy?
Yes.
It's in so many ways not you only save on the cost of the fish and maintaining the fish. Maybe you need to put a couple of bottles of the gas where the fish are in that tank and carry on with the same process. It saves you on the keeping of the fish too.
Yes, so I'll be doing some experiments where I'm trying to grow then without the fish and just purely the plasma in the water. So I'll do some experiments there.
What will be interesting to see is what about if you hang CO2 gases into the atmosphere, not only in the water.
Okay.
To see if the air carries the CO2. We had some experience with farming in Belgium with the tomato people, where they were using gas fires in the greenhouses. And I said to the guy, "Why are you doing this?" He said, "Oh, the exhaust of the gas is what I don't have to buy CO2 to give to my plants at night. So
yes.
I switch on the heater and I get the CO2 and my plants will stay warm and I get my CO2. So we have said now, I think you can test it to see if you hang, because you got a close enclosure of the plastic, hang a few baskets of CO2 just over the plants in one of the greenhouses, because they're connected by water, but they're not connected by air. It's an isolated environment. So let's see if you can come back to us and because you can do this every 30 days to show us if there's a difference in the growth. It's
all
fantastic.
Right.
Thank you very much. The knowledge you bring us is fantastic. It's a information of how. I wonder something else. Do you know where your plants go?
Do I know?
Do you know where you sell them, who your customers are, or does it go to the supermarket?
No, we know all our customers here, so they all go to restaurants and local shops.
Ask them in a few weeks' time when you start supplying all these, if there is any change in the behavior of the customers.
Okay.
To see if he has that social structure calmness, because they receive from the plant what they were short of. Because what we eat is what we receive. It will be interesting as a social observation.
Create a happy community.
Yeah, but in a way, now with what you've done, gas has become part of our food chain. And
yes,
it's in the market, so there cannot be any objection what it's going to do. It is how it's going to change us. So one of the things is what happens if we eat the food which receives the energy. We know our colleagues in Mexico and Brazil report that they have already been eating it. Dr. Gota said he doesn't know what the feeling was about the potatoes he cultivated in Kenya. But now you're first person in a way, officially, which are marketing gas produce harvest. And
yes.
You need to see it. Thank you very much. It's a fantastic presentation. It's actually perfect to see. Please keep in touch. Get in touch with Dr. Gota, who's doing the agriculture part. Dr. Gota is an agriculturalist, economist. So maybe together we can bring a lot of knowledge for our farming section.
All right, I'll do that.
Beautiful. This is very nice. I saw your scale presentation about a few days ago. Caroline sent it to me. He said, look at the difference. I didn't know it's you, but it's beautiful how you presented it. And it's very scientific. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your knowledge.
There's one similarity to your experiment, and it would be interesting to see. You already have a lot of additional growth, but what the conditions of all of these experiments are still more or less optimal. How would it be with the same experiment, the same treatments with the GANs in harsh conditions, in hot, cold, or with low water? And it would be interesting to see if how the result would be of that. For example, in growing food in a desert and in really cold environments. And I assume the result would be even greater.
We will be doing this trial in United Arab Emirates in coming weeks. We will be testing agriculture in desert. And then we report to you because we have access in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. We literally sit on the desert and we'll report on this because it's something which will be done in the next few weeks. And we more or less will report back on that unless somebody else has done it or can do it before we do.
That's nice. Maybe Dubai will be green soon.
Dubai is green. The problem is with the places like United Arab Emirates is that every plant, every tree you see has a pipeline to it. Without it, it dies. They say within 4 weeks, if the water circulation in Dubai stops, there'll be no plants in the city. Because everything has underground pipes, plastic pipes. And it's a very good indication, and a huge amount of money is spent keeping plants, keeping the city green. We're looking at it as we now operate through Dubai, as well as here in Italy and other countries. We're looking in how we can make United Arab Emirates green through the moisture of the desert. It's very amazing, unless you don't stay in it. Some of us, most of us, most probably have experienced it. During the day, it's absolutely boiling hot. And at night, when you wake up in the desert, everything is moist and wet. It's very strange. And we stayed in the desert to experience this one. And it's in the morning, everything is literally soaking wet. The tents, the car, you can't even sit on the chair, or you call it the cushions. So it's not the lack of water, it's the lack of being able to hold on to the water at the point when you need. Of course, you are there in the winter time, not the summertime. It's something we have to experience if it's the same during the summertime in the morning. What they say is more or less in the morning is always the dew that you receive. Would we be able to use that in absorbing the energy in feeding? Because this is the ultimate goal in places like in Africa, where they die, people are hungry because of their failure of the crop. Can we use this technology to feed them? We do, we think we can, and in the coming time, in the next few weeks, all of you who are in agriculture and would like to expand the knowledge, we put you into the universities at the Sierra Leone universities, which used to be one of the most famous, reputable agricultural universities in Africa. So you can actually do data collection and everything else directly in the university. We have a good relationship with the university, and as you know, we did the Ebola and E. coli test in that university. And it's one of the most reputable. It actually used to be the most advanced agricultural university in Africa. So we take this back in and we can check it, and collectively we can collect a lot of data. The way you presented this knowledge is absolutely perfect. It shows the technology is in the hand of safe people. And the way you present it is thousands of years of research in a few hours, but perfectly presented with full logical understanding. And I invite you to come back and teach us more, please. Hello. Are we there?
Hello, Mr. Keshe, I'm here. Whoops, my picture showed up again there.
Did we lose you, or did we disappear?
I am here. I'm not sure about the other guest. I think was he finished at that point?
Yes, I'm finished. Thanks, Rick.
Okay, great, yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please come back to us in 4 weeks or 6 weeks, whenever you can teach us more, we can learn.
Yes, we've got lots of experiments on the go and lined up, so we'll keep you up to date.
But how do you do your farming if you do all these experiments?
In between.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
So, Mr. Keshe, we're coming up on like 3.5 hours or something like that. It's stretching out a bit.
Have you seen Benjamin anywhere? You're waiting for him.
Benjamin, okay. Any word on Benjamin? Benjamin.
Or how they managed to put you in a test tube?
You're still wrestling with the data, perhaps. I don't see him here. He can put up his hand if he's in the viewer list, or can otherwise.
Internet problem in the background.
One thing I do have is a little presentation from Guy on his, I guess you call it a health pen, Guy?
Yeah, actually, it's certainly a health pen, but the first one that I had was the Trinity pen, basically.
Would you like to have a look at that, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, can you share the screen with us?
Yes, we'll do the video on that.
Where are we, Fabio?
Here it is. So let me see. I can zero in on that a bit, actually, Guy.
Okay. Oh, this is live. These people are real. Rick does exist.
That's me. Hi.
And that's Guy.
Me and Guy. Okay. Just get the camera setting here, and I think I can zero in on that. There we go. Okay, so move it over a little bit, or remove the camera just Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, go ahead, Guy, and explain what you have here.
Hi, Mr. Keshe. This is my own little innovation, but I don't really know if I'm, doing the right thing or not. And of course, the best is to explain it and show where I was and what was the thinking here. Basically, here is my CO2 health pen, and what I got in there is three little jars or little glass jars that has little caps. And actually, I think you can see in there that they all got like a pin, and they all kind of inserted, and inside of it, I kind of spun it like a little coil, and they all sealed up. And basically, they go all the way down to the center to all the way to the bottom. So basically, what I got here, it's a double coiled, double series of coiled in this portion here, and those three pin that are directly linked to those little CO2 containers all the way down, and the whole thing are coated too with dry CO2 gans. This version, and here I had a bit of.
What is in the bottles? CO2.
Yeah, in the
yes,
bottles in here.
Yeah,
Those are CO2. Okay, that's good.
those. And I had a bit of a different version where actually I was combining different GANs. And like I've been talking yesterday and receiving some feedbacks, maybe there's a certain layering that would be better. And I don't know. It's this is a bit of my display of the idea there. And
can you take a picture of it that we can see the field flow? Usually with the cameras, you can take a picture and we see the field flow around them. If there must be a difference, but how different it is?
Are we talking some?
You mean like a Kirlian photograph camera special?
Yeah. If you have, you can do with the normal handheld telephones nowadays. You can see the.
The other thing is some people like the Qigong practitioners and so on might be able to actually sense or see the fields from this. That we've got some feedback from that from others apparently. That we're able to see the fields out of different health pins.
It's innovation.
Now, one idea came up like earlier. We saw the graph of the different pain pens, and the effect of different types of coils and how they were hooked up and so on. And you mentioned that the more electrodes or the more points on the end, then it might make it more erratic, like the top graph that had a jiggly kind of line for the, or what was it, a pulsating, it was called, field coming out. And with this type of design, would that be involved?
Okay, let me go. I mean, it's logical. You don't need to be, what do you call it, a philosopher to understand. Can I share the screen, please?
Yes.
If you look at it, it's very simple. Hopefully this is easy. Hey, what happened to me now? I dislocated myself. I got rid of the picture. Okay, how did I close that one? I totally closed it. Okay, no problem. You can see it now. If you look at the single magnet, which I always promote, where you have a double coil,
which is which you have a double coil, magnetical and gravitational. And what I always say, to have a center pin, what you create is controlled monofields. That means your fields go in a constant. When you start adding these multiple layers of coils, see what happens. Each one, don't forget this one is this way, as we see. This one is this way, as we see. And you have this one as this. Now you see fields, because each one creates different strength. If you remember when we spoke about the gravitational magnetic field, magnetical and gravitational, the spectrum is like this. So you are mixing fields. So that's why you get randomness. And this you have no control. You don't know what you're feeding. Depends what the strength comes from where. This is one of the reasons I keep on explaining that do not use multiple pins, because you do not serve any purpose. It does not. A lot of people think they twist the back and they connect it. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know what you're delivering? Do you know what the strength you're delivering? We don't put any ganses on the coils because it's enough. It's a GANS, the copper. You put a CO2 on it, you connect it to the emotion, you have the GANS, you have the copper. That's why then you decide you're going to be an emotional pen or a physical pen because it's copper oxide. That's all you need to do. These multiple inventions and turning, you have to measure, but can you repeat the same? Because when we do this, more or less, we know the spectrum is one continuous. Here, when you mix, then you have everything. And that's why in the graph shown from Taiwan, you saw these things. And then you see the same. There is no pattern into it. There is no strength. The pens we produce on the Keshe Foundation website, you buy the pens, that's why they're effective, because energy is concentrated. Here, you have disbursement and nothing more or less. It looks good. You have a lot of things in the tube, but does it serve any purpose? That's why we say don't use multi-pins, don't put one if the object is concentrated, is heavy, and it does its job. You make a spectrum, what are you delivering? Just because you made a grade. Try to, I've seen a lot of people looping back and looping the other way and looping this back into the loop. You're there to deliver a specific. We have to try. It's not that we don't have to. We have to try. We have to try a spectrum of knowledge. But what do you use it for, and does it serve any purpose? Or do we just deliver huge amounts of gravitational and magnetical and hoping to catch something back or feed something? It's very much like the paths we spoke. Do you want to add, to concentrate, or what I don't see is, okay, you use these three lines. Why don't you, in fact, okay, connect it to the center, that you deliver homogeneous but a powerful system. But let it to be delivered in one end. There's no use taking from gravitational and magnetical. If we can repeat this for, then make a specific pen for a specific conditions, it'll be fantastic. But we don't have the knowledge. We're just making things, so to measure, create a measuring tool. It's a mixture of whatever we have.
So thank you, Mr. Keshe. That's what I figured. That yeah, it's a little step at a time. I better rethink my stuff. But should I focus, let's say, more on all CO2 in those little containers?
We don't focus on anything. We are in a school of learning. We are all learning from each other.
Yes, yes, of
We
course.
bring a new knowledge on the table. It's just that we have to know what we do with the knowledge. What is the outcome? What's the result? So I've seen different versions of it. We are testing ourselves at 3 pen, which is for what do you call it, for a test to see what's the difference, if it does deliver different. Or do we need for certain diseases to use these? There is nothing wrong. In the world of plasma technology, you never do anything wrong. It's just finding what it fits to where. And there's as many possibilities. But when you do mixture, this is what you get. But we have to find out what does it give is. Maybe we have to use a 3-pin because it gives us a spectrum, but what do we use? What the gas coating we use? We got to learn. None of us is wrong, and none of us can say this is the only way. We have to be open-minded to learn. But what I explained, this is what happens when you get the mono, or you get the continuous, what do you call it, the vibration, as you call it. Just enlighten us more. But this is what we have to understand, the concept and the principle behind it. It's fantastic what you've done. I haven't seen anybody connecting a bubble can CO2 on the top. You emphasize on the emotion. So maybe the one you put a CH3, the red one, increases the energy for whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you gave Guy some ideas too in terms of connecting onto the main rod that goes down the middle, let's say, or one of the other coils.
It's very emotional. The one you carry in CO2, it touches the communication line. There is something, we have a problem in talking about this spectrum. We have a problem in the health section. It's not a problem. We don't see a solution. I haven't seen a solution, and I'm sure somebody like Armand will come up with a good one very soon. Let's put the problem on the table. We've seen this pen. This is your spinal cord. In accidental cases, when there is a pressure on a spinal cord by the bone or whatever vertebra, which squeezes the spine into this form. When we use the systems as was shown by our friends in Taiwan, if we can get the pressure off in any shape or form, we see some sort of normal communication. We get the paralysis moving, we get people moving. What we have a problem and has not been managed to sort it out, maybe some of you, or if you're doctors, you can tell us what to do. The line of communication of the nerves are like this. If the central nerves are not damaged, we get process, maybe squeezed away. If this nerve, I better draw it in another shape. If this nerve here comes and this nerve next to it come and get squeezed, they become like when you squeeze a banana. All nerves get smushed up. And when the nerves get smushed up, we don't get, or somehow due to nervous system, there's a blockage. We have not found a way yet to be able to connect this back in here and connect this back in. Because, for example, even if there is a cut in the nerve system, we should be able to do this, but For nearly 20 years, I've been searching. I have not managed to find a way. We can take the pressure off the nerve. We can take the pressure by in so many ways of the bone or whatever, from the vertebra or the disc. But most of the part, my mic is exactly where it was. Can you hear me? Okay. So what we need from the medical group, if they can tell us how we can solve this problem. I've tried in so many ways to bypass, it doesn't work. Because if you look at the cross section at this point, it's like this. You have, in a normal condition, you have millions of nerves, each one going to somewhere in the body. And then what happens in the case of when you have accidents, all this become like this. It becomes one. And we cannot get the formation cross through. So if you're a medical person, this is one of the dilemmas in the medical side. Why I brought this up is, would it be a possibility for what we just seen from Guy, that we can create a pen? We can create a pen with different heads, with different strength, that will take the information from each nerve and we can connect it down. Because the information goes according and it doesn't go all the time. Is this pen a solution to nerve cut? Or these pens structure, multiple pen structure, a solution to nerve cut? Because I've made a lot of patches, I've made a lot of systems for crossing the nerve. And some nerves you can get moving because they are not mushed up. And you say, oh, I couldn't move my finger, but I can now. But I cannot get the hand moving because the nerves is mushed. Would these pens, if you can make a fine tune of it, will be an answer, because each nerve carries a specific bandwidth of information. So when it comes here, it fits into this. And in the connection of nanomaterial, it finds its match, which was made to fit this. So maybe these pens, composite pens at the head, could be an answer to neurosystem reconnection. As I said to you, never we are all wrong. It's just finding what it suits and where it can be fit to be used. Thank you very much, Guy. Try, if you know somebody, with add more heads into it and different materials and see if you can connect a new system. That would be fantastic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you, Guy.
This is Heather. Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
So you were talking about using the pin for that. What about using the GANs for that, since it's...
It doesn't work. I've tried it.
Okay.
Maybe you can come up with a different, you're a doctor, you're a medical woman, you can come up with another solution for it. But I've tried all sorts of things. I've built very fine reactors, hours, days building a system, trying to connect the two. Because it's literally a nano cut. It's in a micro level, this structure. It's just jumping it.
Well, could the neuro signal pass through the, like, you know, that composite GANs patch or something to the other side of the deficit?
I've tried it. Try it. Maybe I haven't done the right thing. I've tried, because this is one of the biggest problems in the health section of the research. Can we bypass it? We can grow nerve. If it's a straight cut, we can grow nerves. We grow nerves before. We are the only organization who can grow nerves. I can grow nerves anywhere in your body. It's very simple. It's a cut nerve, or when it gets mushed up, squeezed, then the nerve mushes up together, we have a problem. That we can go before and after and transfer the same knowledge across or the information. And it only can be done with the GANs and nanomaterial. It cannot be done any other way. But how can we fine-tune that every goes, or do we make one that it matches to others? I have not managed to do it, but it would be nice if we can do.
Sounds like a great subject for the new hospital research center.
Yeah, you see, when I was in Tehran, my agreement with the Iranian government was that I don't interfere with medical side. My objective with the government was to develop this space technology. And I told this before. Where I was living, I saw a girl of 17, 18 years old, a few months before in a car crash where she was in a wheelchair. And I asked if I can help, and I was allowed to at least be able to make a system to see if we can help. And after the first day use of the system which I built for her, she was taken to Ayatollah Khomeini Hospital, in Tehran. And I was told by the parents, many doctors, neurosurgeons came, and they couldn't understand why a body which has not moved at all in 6 months, whatever, since the accident, now everything was jerking and moving everywhere. And we had to stop the process because that we learned one thing: you can't connect nerves. We don't know how the whole thing start passing information on. But the problem with this is that people like this who are in the paralysis, you are a physiotherapist, you understand the body, the legs, the arms, the muscles are not used for months. The sudden movement of the information coming to the muscles, making them active, creates huge amount of pain for a muscle which hasn't been used for months. This is one of other problems we have. We see the same thing with the people in coma. People in coma who have not used their muscles for years, let me bring them back. The biggest problem is movement of the muscle tissue and the damage or tearing of fibers. But even if we solve this problem, we have to find a way that we can make the people active before we try it, that by them receiving information, everything doesn't fly all over the place. And we've seen this. I've seen this with this young girl in Tehran 8 years ago. And it's heartbreaking because we had to stop because the pain was too much. So it can be done. It's being achieved, it's questionable, but it's just luck. It's more than anything else, because I tried it another time with another guy and it didn't work. Or was it a different operation? It'll be interesting if anybody can come up with a solution with this. Anything else, or shall we call it a day?
Well, you certainly covered a lot of questions and material today, Mr. Keshe. I'm not sure if you had some other teaching that you wanted to present.
It is beautiful to see that the knowledge is getting spread and it's brought by different people across the world unconditionally. And when you and I started this 2 years ago, we could not even imagine to do this. So we learned a lot of people brought us a lot of knowledge, and hopefully we can share it, and hopefully there is no pattern because it's in public. There is one question I want to ask our colleague friend who showed us the letters. Can you test the structure or the genetic structure of the letters, the one which you had and you done it naturally, and the one you used CO2? We know genetically it changes, but does it go back to its origin, or it goes on a condition of free growth? So if that's the answer, so genetically controlled seeds by companies like who like to control the whole seed product becomes useless. This is if you could add to the knowledge next time when you present that what is the change in the structure of the lettuce, or chemically or genetically, if it can be done.
Mr. Keshe, this is Jimmy.
Yes, Jimmy.
I have started some trials with some of the seeds which are not GMO, but they are hybrid seeds. So I wanted to see whether there would be any change in the structure of the plant there. So I have begun.
Can you explain to us in your layman language what's the difference, please?
Between a hybrid and a GMO?
Yeah.
All right. From my understanding, the GMO is when they take a plant's genes and then they'll try and splice that with, or mix it with a gene of an insect. So it's almost like it's not another plant. So they'll take a gene from another animal or insect and mix it with the plant to give it certain characteristics. Whereas a hybrid is, they will sort of cross-pollinate different plants and grow them and then cross-pollinate again to eventually get one that it's a desired outcome in terms of big leaves or big fruit or anything like that. So it's a more of a, I reckon, sort of a natural process of cross-pollinating plants to get to an outcome, whereas the GMO is more of a forced mixing of genes that shouldn't mix.
So why don't we, I'm very ignorant into this, if you can enlighten us. Why then what we see in India with the farmers, that certain seeds they cannot use to seed the next time, and where they used to.
Some of those are called an F1 terminator seed, in that you can only grow them once and they will produce, and you can't take that seed again and use it for the next season.
How do they do that? What is that fact? What does it
I think that is your GMO, because they are messing with the genes and taking certain genes out so that you can't use that seed, the seed again. You have to buy it again next year.
Okay, can I ask you as a farmer, do you have access to these kind of seeds, GMO seeds?
I can, yes.
Is it possible for you to grow two separate, one GMO and one GMO which you put in like a CO2 for the week, 2 days, whatever you do, and then grow it and then take it to the seed and try to replant it to see if we can grow it, that we can override the gene control?
All right, I'll try that.
You understand? So
yes.
You know, by adding, putting it in CO2 or watering it with the CO2, we can override the gene control. That a farmer, like in India, as we know, thousands of farmers commit suicide because every year they have to buy the seed, and the burden of the seed they cannot carry on. They commit suicide because of this. Maybe
yes.
Light into this. Because this kind of control that we can do, and if there are other farmers who can do the same and let us know. I know the answer, but I want it to be done publicly. I've already done it and I know what the answer is. So this will give us a chance to just make a CO2 bucket. People buy the seeds which are controlled, and then they just leave it in the bucket for 2 or 3 days or whatever, 1 day or an hour or two, whatever. And then they can seed it and they know they have a harvest next year. They don't need to go out to feed themselves.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your help. That'll be fantastic. Let us know. Thank you very much for today. We've been enlightened by knowledgeable people, and hopefully next time, next Tuesday, we learn more. And don't forget, on 21st of April, in 22 days' time, we meet each other in Dubai.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. This is Renan.
Hi, Renan. You're awake.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question because there's a question here that was given to me long before about health section. I just want to share this case because he's been bedridden for quite long year already. So maybe we can evaluate this case as well. Is it okay, sir? I'll just present his case.
Yes, why not?
Okay, let me share screen and I'll read it. Okay, so this is
Just wait,
Anuj.
excuse me, wait, I have to bring you up. You're hidden in the box at the bottom.
Okay, sir.
Which one do I go? This? Okay, it's okay, carry on.
Okay, so this is Anuj Seth. So he's already been he's in the US and he's following the Keshe Foundation for a long time. And he just wants to raise his case. He cannot speak properly because of his condition. So I'll read the case. His current situation is his case history is at age 3 years. His parents saw. I'll just read it in first person. My parents saw me that have trouble standing up, so they took me to the doctors to know what is the reason behind the weakness. So they did some tests and said CPK levels were elevated and diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. That is a muscle wasting disorder due to gene mutation, as the doctor said. Doctors told my parents that there is no cure and progression will happen. So for I think this for 8 years. So he said I could walk then. I had fall, so had become immobile. So when I was 8 years old, he was able to walk, but when he fell, he became immobile, which increased the progression. So we tried physical therapy, nothing helped, and we lead to wheelchair bound. So more things started happening, leading to severe scoliosis of spine and breathing issues. So neurologist told me I need a ventilator now to keep my lungs working 24/7. So it's a muscle wasting effects due to muscular dystrophy. Now I am bed, totally immobile. So can't move my extremities due muscles unping and fatigue issues. Just worsening. That is all the short and stationary mostly now. I have to be fed and help with other daily activities of life with the dehydration and digestion problems and with constipation. So I have to use laxative every day. I am on prescribed pills for the fast rate, also insomnia and worry issues due to progression. So I want to reverse my condition so I can keep myself active by healing myself to fulfill my life and give my parents a break. Before I lived in no cure attitude, now I recently got to know every condition is reversed if every environment changes of the cell. This new knowledge I got to know previous allopathic medicines and treatments has severely compromised my immune system, so cells not work properly with digestive system and immune system being so compromised that unable to digest the food properly and thus absorbs nutrients. And the body, which does not know how to work against it, is in consuming itself to get the nourishment it needs to preserve life, hoping the environment will change. So his diet is also I was suggested to change starchy cooked food diet acidic to raw. So now for one meal I take eggs, fresh coconuts oil, shake or vegetable juice with one egg sometimes and second meal still one cooked meal. So my diet is mostly liquids. Anuj said. He also sent me the case. I think is what do you call this? The readings or the test laboratory tests. So he wants me to share this in public. So because this has been I think it's a month ago. He was been keep on telling me. So now I have the opportunity to share. So let me have a new share for a while. Okay, new share. So this is this late have a check out. So I do not understand yet this because I'm not a medical doctor. We're going to present this, Mr. Cash, with our doctor here after all the busyness here because of graduation time. So we'll be also presenting this to to analyze his case as well. But what do you think, Mr. Cash?
Just 1 second. Do we have any doctors on the scene?
Right now, I hope is any doctors on the knowledge seekers right now listening? I think there's no doctors yet.
Oh, they won't come on.
I'll be presenting this, Mr. Cash, with Dr. Jane Selosha here once she is ready again. So we'll also analyze it. And we'll see.
We discussed this with Dr. when you're in her clinic, and then I tell you what is the possibilities, and then she can prescribe it what to do.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Sir?
He is in US.
Yes, he's in the US.
We'll to bring this on when we are in the session on Tuesday with the doctor, and then
Okay, sir.
what they can be done, because there are certain things we can do and certain things we can change. But conditions like this is one leading to another thing, and the doctor will advise you how to do it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. So we call it a day for today.
Yeah, I think we can do that, Mr. Kish. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, because we went long enough. It is good. It's not one teaching now. It's a lot of us teaching a lot of us at the same time, and we're progressing very rapidly. Thank you very much for everything and whatever is happening. Don't forget that the technology shared is the technology which cannot be hidden and can be used. And in so many ways, we have started a new ethos. Let us stick to it and develop systems that we can do. Thank you very much for your time. See you on Tuesday, and we'll see what will bring us in the next few days. Thank you indeed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kish.
Before I forget, there is something important. For our Italian listeners, which there are a lot of Italian listeners, Keshe Foundation, Keshe Micro Systems for Energy have gone on sale in Italy direct to public. So if you go on the Keshe Foundation website of Keshe Foundation Italia.it, the systems from April will be submitted, and then you can buy off the shelf. They'll be offered to the chain stores and the others by Giovanni and the Keshe Foundation team here. We bring the what we call the distribution of the factory into the country under the protection of the Keshe Foundation Total in Italy. So if you're Italian, the Keshe Foundation products which all receive the certification will be on the shelf from now on in the shops. You can go and buy, or you can order for the shops that will be delivered to the Keshe Foundation. And we make a further announcement regarding the units by next couple of weeks. Thank you very much. And don't forget, the new systems you receive is a plug-on. You don't need to go through the process of setting it for 20 days, 21 days. You just plug your system in. And the only reliable reader is your meters, your electricity bill. Because we've seen some people measuring things, but they haven't listened to the rest of the teaching. You don't do, you just measure the meter. Thank you very much for today, and see you on Tuesday.
Okay, thanks once again, Mr. Keshe, and that'll be the end of the 107th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And that's for Thursday, March 31st, 2016. And as ever, thank you everybody for attending.